Chapter 895. Teacher. Several disciples said with trembling voices. Their eyes were filled with excitement as well as endless awe and longing. Their faces flushed red. Bai Tsongyue took a deep breath. What happened today cannot be mentioned to anyone. Within his sleeves, his hands constantly trembled. Although he forcefully maintained a calm expression, his heart was already filled with emotions. This mister was absolutely the most transcendent powerhouse he had ever seen in his life. If he could, a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Bai Tsongyue steeled his resolve. In truth, Bai Tsongyue's actions of ordering the disciples to keep their mouths shut were a bit unnecessary. This was because they weren't the only ones who had witnessed the changes on the street. Banbu's movement of regaining his freedom had been far too great. In just a short period of time, news spread throughout Riverwater City and continued to spread outwards at an astonishing speed. That shameless old man on everlasting South Street was actually a powerhouse with a transcendent swordsmanship. Although he hadn't done anything, he had been able to shatter the rain with a single thought and form a divine sword to pierce through space. This supernatural ability was enough to shake the hearts of all. Many of the cultivators in the city that had mocked and even maliciously teased Banbu now paled. They couldn't help but wonder if it was too late to move now. But right now, no one had the mind to care about what they were thinking. After everyone recovered from their shock and disbelief, they realized something. There was a peerless powerhouse lingering outside Riverwater City, and it seemed he wouldn't leave for some time. Could this be an opportunity? Soon, 800 miles outside the city, a common-looking hill was found. The aura there was isolated from the outside world, and it formed its own little world. No matter how the sun and moon revolved, it wouldn't be disturbed in the least. Everyone who saw this mountain would instinctively feel fear and boundless reverence. At this moment, there was no longer any doubt. Countless thoughts raced through everyone's hearts. Like waves slowly rising beneath the surface of a lake, they were just waiting for a turning point to erupt. Outside the city, on Object Beyond Mountain, Qin Yu had a calm expression. I've done everything I can. Now all I need to do is wait patiently. He had used 3 seconds to come up with the name of the mountain. After all, he needed a profound name in order to match his current status. Across from him, Xiang Shue's eyes were sharp. She looked up and down. Qin Yu, I never thought your acting skills would be so amazing. I apologize for my disrespect. Qin Yu glanced at her. Speak human language. Xiang Shui giggled and moved her head closer. I'm just curious about how you're going to act after such a perfect start. Don't be careless and mess up the entire show. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Qin Yu's expression was calm. That's my problem. You just need to play your role well. Xiang Shui patted her chest. Don't worry about that. I've been in opium for so many years. I would have been killed a long time ago if my acting skills weren't up to standard. Qin Yu glanced at her. Because of her movements, she was tumbling up and down. He coughed and stood up. I'm going to make my preparations. He took a step and left. Looking at his back, Xiang Shui narrowed her eyes. This kid's tricks are getting more and more difficult to figure out. I really want to see what tricks he's playing. What she didn't know was that Qin Yu had already used similar methods in the past. Now, he could do all of this with ease. Of course, in this world, only Qin Yu could use such a method. If it were anyone else, they would definitely die a miserable death. That's right, on the day of the heavy rain at Riverwater City, the black-robed person who rescued Banbu was Qin Yu. Now, the opening was even more perfect than he had imagined. As long as he was a bit more careful, it would be a beautiful harvest season. Of course, taking a step back, even if something went wrong, Qin Yu would still be prepared and able to escape unscathed. 10,000 miles away in Rock City, the city lord who wielded all authority received a report at the fastest speed possible. At first he didn't care, but as he swept his eyes over it, a dignified expression appeared on his face. Lei Qianjun frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he rapped the table. With several light sounds, the door to the study was pushed open from the outside. The steward walked in. He respectfully said, "What are your orders?" Lei Qianjun put down the jade slip. "Take a look first." The steward was a true confidant. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and probed the jade slip with his divine sense. After putting it down, a dignified expression appeared on his face. If things were really as described in the jade slip, then that mysterious cultivator from Object Realm Mountain really couldn't be underestimated. He thought for a moment and said, "I'll go take a look." The city lord nodded. The steward closed the door and left. He looked up at the skies, his complexion even heavier than before. Why would such a powerhouse appear in Rock City's territory without any warning? Why did he come, and what was his goal? If it really was to rescue that sword maniac from Riverwater City, then he had already achieved his goal, so why did he stay? Could it be that he really wanted to obtain the agreed fee from that sword maniac? The steward frowned. Anyone who believed this would be a true idiot. Without stopping, the steward gave some instructions and then left Rock City. After leaving the range of the city, the steward shot into the skies. A dazzling light flashed and a great eagle covered in golden feathers howled into the distance, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Everyone had their own secret. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe that the reserved and low-key steward that always followed the city lord was actually a terrifyingly strong golden feather great monster? In fact, the steward wasn't the only one who wanted to explore Object Realm Mountain and the unknown cultivator's secret. Within the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles, besides the Rock City Lord, there were several others that weren't weak and only submitted to him on the surface. This was a normal situation. If Lei Qianjun really managed the massive Rock City territory into a solid monolith, the royal family wouldn't have been able to sit still long ago. How could they have allowed him to roam freely for so many years? There were some things that everyone was well aware of. Only by keeping everything within the bounds of the rules could everyone live comfortably. Schwar, the golden feather great eagle, transformed into the steward. When it landed on Object Realm Mountain, several eyes gathered on it. After a moment of hesitation, it stepped forwards and greeted him. "Brother Jean, what does the city lord mean? Just what is this person's background?" The steward smiled in return. "The city lord is busy, so he ordered me to investigate on his behalf." He brushed off everyone's questions in a perfunctory manner. Everyone cursed him for being a sly old fox. Seeing that they couldn't find out anything, they continued to speak for a while before scattering. The steward stood outside the mountain for an entire day and night, experiencing the process of sunrise and sunset. As he looked at Object Realm Mountain, his eyes became increasingly dignified. Yin and Yang impervious. It really was Yin and Yang impervious. The steward let out a deep breath. He bid farewell to the several people that spoke to him and then turned to leave. He had seen what he needed to see. There was no need to stay any longer. Upon returning to the City Lord Mansion, the first thing he said was, "If he isn't an enemy, try not to provoke that cultivator in Object Realm Mountain." Lei Qianjuan's expression didn't change. "Tell me, what did you discover?" The steward said, "I saw a great deal, but there was even more that I couldn't see. So, what I see now might not be the truth, so there's nothing to say." Lei Qianjun laid down the book in his hands and sighed. "If you can be so cautious that you don't even dare to say a single word, it seems he really is extraordinary." The steward said, "I was afraid that if I said anything wrong you would misjudge him." Lei Qianjun asked, "What do the other families say? They want to give it a try?" Lei Qianjun raised an eyebrow. "They have a target?" The steward nodded. "Then let's wait and see. After all, in this world, there are many things that can't be seen with one's eyes. Only when the facts are present can one believe them." "I understand. I will secretly add some chips so that he can make up his mind faster." The steward's chips were soon in place. Yun Songyue, who was hesitating in Riverwater City, coincidentally met an enemy from years ago. What was even more coincidental was that the enemy had also condensed a divine seal and was slightly stronger than him. The battle between the two divine realm experts didn't involve Riverwater City. When Yun Songyue forced himself to return to his residence, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and his face was pale. He waved his hand to stop the panicking disciples from approaching. He sat down and regulated his breathing for a while before he managed to stabilize his internal injuries. "Teacher, how are you?" a favored disciple asked nervously. Yun Songyue sighed and murmured, "I knew that I had become a target, but I didn't expect them to be so impatient. It seems that the person in Beyond Objects Mountain has already made them feel apprehensive." He stood up and walked out. "I can't wait any longer. Otherwise, who knows what will happen next? You all stay here. If I don't return in 3 days, then go home. This matter shouldn't involve you." Without giving the disciples a chance to ask, Yun Songyue left his residence and silently walked out of the city. When he left, the news had already spread. All eyes gathered on him at the same time. They all wanted to know which direction this matter would develop in. Even though he was injured, the divine realm was still the divine realm. Yun Songyue didn't spend too much time before he arrived outside Beyond Objects Mountain. He raised his head and looked at the stone tablet erected outside the mountain, Beyond Objects Mountain. "No one is allowed to enter without permission." These words were very ordinary, but the more one looked at them, the more one could feel an indescribable pressure from them. It was as if a pair of eyes had appeared from the 9 heavens and was quietly watching you. Yun Songyue could clearly feel this pressure. If he had a choice, he definitely wouldn't be so presumptuous, but it was obvious that he didn't have a choice. Clenching his teeth, Yun Songyue took a deep breath and stepped into Beyond Objects Mountain. In the open and in the dark, countless cultivators widened their eyes at this moment. But what happened next greatly disappointed them. As if he had passed through a layer of illusion, the air rippled. Yun Songyue's figure actually disappeared with one step. He went in, and then everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. What did this mean? Some people were burning with anxiety, some people were calm. But no matter what, after a short period of restlessness, everyone chose to remain silent. The stones had been thrown out. Even though they couldn't see it, they still had to leave some time for the follow-up reaction. Chapter 896. The moment he took his first step into Objects Beyond Mountain, Yun Songyue felt that he was definitely going to die. He was like a little bug that was wrapped in amber, losing all freedom in an instant. An unimaginable pressure gathered from all directions. As time passed, it continued to grow stronger. If this continued, Yun Songyue did not doubt that he would explode into countless pieces with a bang. He wanted to struggle, but he could not move. He could not even make a sound. His heart was filled with bitterness and endless sorrow. Thinking about it, to the powerful existence in Objects Beyond Mountain, he was just an insignificant little bug that could not attract the others' attention. Even if he died here, no one would know. The pressure grew stronger and stronger. Breathing became more difficult. Yun Songyue could clearly feel the groans of his flesh and internal organs. Even though he could not see his appearance, it was not hard to guess that his eyeballs were red and protruding from blood. At a certain moment, they would rupture from the inside and blood would splatter out. That scene would definitely be very tragic. This feeling of helplessness, of being unable to do anything, of only waiting for death to arrive, was extremely torturous. Even with Yun Songyue's strong willpower, he could not help but tremble. Fear grew like a shadow that drilled out from the bottom of his heart and spread throughout his body. Was he going to die like this? While his consciousness was in a trance, Yun Songyue seemed to hear a soft sound of surprise. Then, the terrifying pressure around him relaxed a little. Like a fish on the brink of death that was suddenly thrown into a basin of water, Yun Tsongyue gasped for air, not daring to waste any time. He shouted with all his might, "Senior, spare me, spare me! Who are you?" The old voice sounded beside his ear. Yun Tsongyue did not have any extravagant hopes that he would be remembered. After all, to such a powerful existence, perhaps he was no different from a rock or a piece of rotten wood by the roadside. Yesterday in Water River City, Senior saved fellow Taoist Bamboo. So what? Can't you see the stone tablet outside the mountain? The old voice seemed calm, but Yun Tsongyue broke out in cold sweat. He knew that he did not have much time. If he could not change Elder's mind, he would not be able to escape death. His thoughts turned quickly. Yun Tsongyue clenched his teeth and said loudly, "I barged in today because I want to make a deal with you, Senior." "You?" "Junior has suffered extremely heavy injuries, and I'm afraid I won't be able to live for long. If I can ask Senior for help, I might still have a chance of survival. Of course, it was I who was in the wrong today. Even if Senior were to kill me, I would not have a single word of complaint. But in this way, you won't get anything and will only waste your time and energy." The old voice sneered, "You think you're a smart kid. Did you hear the conversation between this old man and Bamboo? Do you really think that I won't kill you?" Yun Tsongyue was sweating profusely. He smiled bitterly and said, "I have no choice, I can only bet on my luck." Using one's character to bet one's life, interesting. The old voice paused for a moment. "That's fine. In this old man's life, I've never done anything for nothing. I can't break the rules when it comes to you. Your situation is indeed not very good. You forcefully broke through to the immortal realm and left a hidden danger in your foundation. Is this what you want me to do?" Yun Tsongyue was overjoyed. He fiercely looked up. "Yes. The heavens would never bar one's way, the heavens would never bar one's way." At this moment, the situation had reversed. If it weren't for his strong self-control, he would have cried out loud. Looking at the current situation, not only would he not die, but he would also be able to remove the great danger in his body. As for whether or not the master of Beyond Objects Mountain could do this, in truth, Yun Tsongyue didn't doubt it at all. What nonsense! In just a few words, the master was able to find the problem in his body. Just this method alone was amazing. If this kind of master wasn't worth trusting, then why didn't he find someone more trustworthy? Deal boy, remember to give up resisting. Don't look for trouble for yourself. Yun Tsongyue quickly restrained his strength. Then, his vision turned black and his consciousness fell into darkness. A dignified immortal realm cultivator is considered a master no matter where he goes. Yet, he was so easily tricked by you. Xiang Shui had a face full of emotion. "Tell me, if he wakes up now, will he fight you to the death, or will he slap himself to death out of shame?" Qin Yu looked at her. "Don't be so sarcastic. If something really happens, you won't be able to escape." Xiang Shui's eyes rolled back in her head. Qin Yu didn't give her a chance to regain her face. With a thought, an invisible strength lifted Yun Tsongyue up and he turned to enter the thatched hut. As soon as the door closed, the aura inside and outside was isolated. Xiang Shui's eyes widened but she couldn't sense any fluctuations from within. She clenched her teeth. "Stop playing tricks. This fellow's injuries aren't so simple. I want to see just what methods you have." In the thatched hut, Qin Yu rubbed his chin. Borrowing the strength of the jade egg to find out what was wrong with Yun Tsongyue's body was a simple matter. But to cure him wasn't simple at all. So, the one who was going to make a move today wasn't Qin Yu. He lifted his hand and opened his fingers. Qin Yu closed his eyes. After several breaths of time, the space between his fingers collapsed inwards without warning, revealing darkness. The shadow of a sun appeared in this darkness. The light was imprisoned by the darkness, not emitting the slightest bit of it. The reason Qin Yu encountered a problem of his soul carrying capacity being insufficient was absolutely related to the little blue lamp, so it was natural for him to order him around. You said that I only need to be responsible for bringing him here and leave the rest to you. So, it's time for you to make a move. Qin Yu drew back to the side. The shadow of the sun trembled and a thought fluctuation sounded out in his mind. Since I promised you, I will naturally do it. But before that, I need you to use the sun-moon force field to wrap around this space. Qin Yu nodded. With a thought, the sun-moon force field spread out, covering the entire thatched hut. Although it isn't perfect, it is indeed at a level that transcends the mortal world. Looking at Qin Yu in front of him, the little blue lamp was filled with emotion. Sometimes, even he had the impulse to grab this boy and dissect him to see just how he could possess such an astonishing destiny. In the boundless universe, there were trillions of lives and countless individuals with extraordinary talent. After experiencing endless years, great waves would finally emerge. Each and every one of them was like a great sun, a towering existence that illuminated the highest heavens. But of these existences, just how many of them could truly transcend the mortal world? If they knew that a little fellow that hadn't even crossed the threshold of the divinity realm already had such qualifications, they would likely curse out loud at the damned heavens. Then, they would slaughter their way over and use every method at their disposal to steal this strength. That scene would surely be fiery to the extreme. Qin Yu, although you should have already thought of what I said, I still have to remind you not to tell anyone about the sun-moon force field in the future. Otherwise, the consequences will not be something you want to face. Qin Yu nodded. Don't worry, I have experience with this. The little blue lamp was stunned for a moment. Then, he bitterly smiled. Others might not even encounter something like this once in their entire lives. Qin Yu actually used the word experience. Perhaps when he was inexplicably chosen in the past, it was all predestined. Suppressing these thoughts, the little blue lamp didn't speak further. In the darkness formed by the collapse of space, the shadow of the sun trembled. Faint traces of blue light flew out, fusing into Yun Songyue's body. After a moment, the shadow of the sun returned to tranquility. All right. Qin Yu frowned. He looked at the unconscious Yun Songyue on the ground. That's it? The little blue lamp lightly said. Open up the hidden dangers in his body, and you will naturally know. Shua, the shadow of the sun vanished from sight. Space immediately returned to normal. Qin Yu thought for a moment. The little blue lamp had no reason to harm him. He lifted a hand and pointed a finger. The unconscious Yun Songyue on the ground instantly shrank into a ball, his face distorted. This seemingly simple finger had struck a critical point, causing the hidden dangers that he had suppressed to erupt. Strength violently shook like an erupting volcano. If he wasn't disturbed, he would immediately turn into a super-invincible firecracker. At this time, motes of blue light lit up within Yun Songyue's body. They were like stars hanging in the skies, resonating with each other. Faint traces of strength rapidly condensed from nothingness. They wove together to form a white cocoon that wrapped around his entire body. The violent, chaotic, and shaking aura rapidly calmed down, finally returning to a peaceful state. A dark golden light surged in Qin Yu's eyes. It pierced through the cocoon and fell onto Yun Songyue's body. A look of praise gradually appeared on his face. This fellow, the little blue lamp, was truly mysterious and unfathomable. This was the first time he had seen its ability to save someone. He pushed open the door and met Xiang Shui's gaze. Qin Yu's expression was indifferent. When he wakes up, let him leave. As for the reward, let him consider it himself. Xiang Shui's eyes widened. Are you joking? Just how long had it been and he had been cured? Meng Gui. One day later, Yun Songyue forcefully suppressed his excitement. With endless shock and awe in his heart, he left things beyond mountain. He turned his head and looked at this small mountain that stood between the heavens and earth, unaffected by the sun, moon, yin, and yang. In his eyes, it was as if he had seen the highest belief in his life. My name is Yun Songyue. I have had a hard life since I was young, but I had a dream. I persisted and persisted, and my dream finally came true. That's right, I have opened my own path, and I have 3 of them. I have broken through the limits of life, and become a formidable divine realm existence. Although I appear calm on the surface, the truth is that I am only faking it. On nights when no one is around, I have shouted out loud more than once. Of course, I have made preparations ahead of time, so no one has discovered this. I have reached the divine realm and obtained the qualifications to build a nunnery. My life is simply perfect. The only thing that isn't perfect is that when I was cultivating in the past, because I was too impatient for success, I ended up leaving behind hidden dangers in my foundation. But this isn't anything. I, Yun Songyue, am confident that in the future I can find a way to make up for this. Then, when I hurried on my way, I turned a corner and arrived at Riverwater City. In the past, there was an old teacher here who gave me pointers. Although his appearance wasn't anything special, my keen intuition told me that he was a master. The facts proved that my guess wasn't wrong. The old teacher was truly fierce and an extraordinary swordsman. But when I discovered this, I was no longer in the mood to praise my keen intuition or feel proud of it. I confirmed that I had been sucked into a whirlpool, so I obediently stayed in Riverwater City, not daring to take half a step out. But the facts proved that as long as you are needed, even if you are sitting at home, trouble will still come knocking on your door. That year, an enemy came knocking on my door, and without saying a word, we fought. I was weak, and he was strong. After attacking me fiercely for a while, he turned around and left. Then, I understood that I couldn't hide, so I gritted my teeth and entered things beyond mountain. In fact, I have to thank those who forced me and thank those who injured me, because this is definitely the best decision I have made in my life. What is a master? This is the one in things beyond mountain. In the past, there were many people that I respected and admired, but from the moment I stepped out of things beyond mountain, there was only one towering peak left in my heart. Chapter 897. On the 3rd day after entering objects beyond mountain, Yun Songyue walked out. To be honest, this speed had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Then, something that shocked them even more clearly appeared in front of them. Yun Songyue had recovered. It was not just the injuries he had sustained from being beaten up by his opponent, but also the hidden injuries he had sustained when he broke through to the God realm. These 2 injuries were not on the same level at all. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Everyone's gaze towards objects beyond mountain became even more solemn than before. Vaguely, there was a hint of awe. Experts, no matter where they were, had a status that could not be challenged. And now, they could already confirm that the mysterious existence in objects beyond mountain was a true expert. Everyone wanted to know what had happened in objects beyond mountain and what had happened in these 3 days. Yun Songyue was very honest. He seemed to have already expected such a thing. Faced with Xiao Chen's questioning, Xiao Chen straightforwardly spilled out everything that he had experienced. But the result, there seemed to be no difference between saying it and not saying it. The expert in objects beyond mountain was still hidden in the shadows and did not reveal any useful information. Everyone, this is all that I know. With the abilities of that person in the mountain, if he wanted to hide his identity, who could do anything? Yun Songyue cupped his hands. After today's encounter, I owe you a great favor. I will be looking for a treasure as repayment. I will take my leave now. He turned and shot into the sky. No one was a fool. They could naturally understand the deeper meaning behind his word. First of all, that person in objects beyond mountain did not seem willing to let others know his true identity. Secondly, the favor that Yun Songyue owed was from that person in objects beyond mountain. He was going to find a treasure and offer it as repayment. In other words, it was best that they did not have any designs on him. Otherwise, if they could not find the treasure and hand over the reward, there would definitely be trouble. No one was willing to cause trouble, especially trouble from a top expert. That was not seeking excitement, It was seeking death. Yun Songyue successfully escaped. Objects Beyond Mountain's fame was like a balloon that had been inflated. Then, after another day, Mu Qingyuan appeared outside Objects Beyond Mountain. He was a famous expert of the divine path. Everyone present recognized him. Not letting down everyone's expectant gazes, Mu Qingyuan took a deep breath and stepped into Objects Beyond Mountain. After another 3 days, Mu Qingyuan returned, laughing heartily. She turned and bowed deeply. Like a spark falling into a barrel of boiling oil, raging flames instantly soared to the heavens. The excitement in everyone's hearts were completely ignited at this moment. Their eyes were filled with endless scorching heat as they looked at Objects Beyond Mountain. Lei Qianjun put down the jade slip and gently tapped the table with his fingers. After a moment, he looked up and met the housekeeper's eyes. "It is as you said. That person in Object Beyond Mountains is an extraordinary person." He wasn't too clear about Yun Songyue's situation, but he knew about Mu Qingyuan's problem. The old man had been living a miserable life these past few years. Yet, in just a short 3 days, he had actually been reborn. If he had not confirmed it again and again, he would never have believed it. The butler said, "What are your plans?" Lei Qianjun stood up and straightened his robes. "Such an expert has entered my rock journey weave. As the city lord, it would be rude of me not to pay my respects." The butler bowed. "You are right." However, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Lei Qianjun smiled. "They might not necessarily be enemies. They might even be friends." There was another sentence he didn't say. He couldn't avoid what he had to face, so it was better to do it sooner rather than later. With one step, he left his study. With the second step, he left his mansion. With the third step, he left Rock City. When his fourth step landed, he had arrived at Objects Beyond Mountains. The countless cultivators outside the mountains all heard the heaven-shaking roar that came from beyond the highest heavens. This momentum was like the descent of a star, looking down on all directions. "Rock City Lord Lei Qianjun. It's actually him. As expected, this person can't sit still either." With a flick of his sleeves, he scattered the vast strength around him. Wild winds rose between the heavens and earth, rumbling in all directions. But Lei Qianjuan's next actions left many people secretly disappointed. He landed on the ground, cupped his hands together, and smiled. "Rock City Lord Lei Qianjun, I didn't know you were coming. If I have been rude in any way, I hope you are magnanimous enough to forgive me." After several breaths of time, Objects Beyond Mountains flashed. Xiang Shui stepped out and bowed. "Greetings, Rock City Lord. My master is currently cultivating and can't leave for the time being. He ordered me to pass on a message that he will only be staying for a short period of time and will leave in a few days. He has no intention of disturbing the city lord." Lei Qianjun laughed. "If that's the case, then I won't bother you any longer. If you change your mind in the future, the city lord's mansion will welcome you with open arms." He turned around, stepped out, and disappeared into the distance in an instant. At this moment, no matter which side it was, all cultivators couldn't help but praise Lei Qianjun in their hearts. He was truly a character. Although he had only shown his face once, just this appearance alone was enough to suppress everyone else. Outside the mountains, several groups of cultivators in the crowd furrowed their brows and pondered for a long time. Then, they all bitterly smiled and suppressed their thoughts. Since that person in the mountains had no intention of making things difficult for Lei Qianjun, they couldn't use this opportunity to make a big fuss. Now that both sides had expressed their stance, it was fine if they tactfully retreated. But if they continued to tangle with him, they feared that a disaster would befall them in the blink of an eye. Did they really think that the smiling and carefree Lei Qianjun from before was someone with a heart that wouldn't be stained by blood? In the past, in order to obtain the position of city lord, he had killed so many people that their heads had piled up into a mountain, and the blood that had accumulated could form a sea. Everyone sighed with emotion. He had only shown his face once, but he had erased countless storms and saved Rock City from an upheaval. This Lei Qianjun really couldn't be underestimated. After returning to Object Beyond Mountain, Xiang Shui patted her chest, her face full of resentment. In the future, you should ask someone else to do this sort of thing. The pressure is just too great. Lei Qianjuan's tone was gentle and his smile was unceasing. But just by standing there, he was like a divine mountain that supported the heavens, inspiring awe and fear in others. This was a true powerhouse. Perhaps he was slightly weaker than the Dragon Overlord, but if he risked his life he could still turn the heavens and earth upside down. Otherwise, how could he have become the city lord of Rock City and ruled over hundreds of thousands of miles? How could he have become one of the overlords of the world that even the royal family secretly feared? Xiang Shui was at the divine realm and her strength wasn't bad. But compared to him, the difference was far too great. They weren't on the same level at all. Looking at Qin Yu's calm expression, even though her heart was still pounding and her discontent was still tumbling, Xiang Shui still couldn't help but admire his courage. How could he dare to pretend to be a big shot here? Wasn't he afraid of making a mistake and getting himself killed? Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The situation was better than he had expected. If Lei Qianjun had tried to probe him, he would have been in big trouble. But he didn't reveal these emotions. He smiled faintly and said, Lei Qianjun made this trip to increase his reputation and suppress the surging waves in the dark. It's not like we didn't gain anything. From today onwards, Object Beyond Mountain's transcendent position has been set. No one will dare to question it anymore. Regardless of whether it was true or false, with the City Lord's endorsement, this was the truth. In the study, a few figures sat in silence. The atmosphere was heavy. After a long time, one of them let out a long sigh. Consider Lei Qianjun lucky this time. It's not luck. I always thought that his achievements today were because he was a step ahead of us in his early years. Today, it seems that the City Lord is indeed a wonderful person. Humph. So what if he's a wonderful person? Anyone who blocks our path will only end in destruction. The person drinking tea at the master's seat behind the study table put down his teacup. With a light paw sound, the study immediately quieted down. I'm tired. Shu Heng, stay behind. You can all leave. Everyone stood up and bowed. Most of them secretly glanced at the young man standing respectfully beside the table, their eyes filled with hatred and jealousy. The door opened and closed. Behind the table, Wu Zuqing sighed. He revealed a tired expression and softly said, They've all left. Shu Heng, there is no need to stand on ceremony. Sit. Thank you, Patriarch. Shu Heng turned around and sat down. His back was still ramrod straight and he slightly lowered his head to show his respect. This was indeed a good opportunity. Unfortunately, before we could act, Lei Qianjun took drastic measures and cut off the source of our troubles. Wu Zuqing patted the armrest. He still handles matters as decisively as he did in the past. And his luck is truly good. Shu Heng said, Patriarch, I actually think that this isn't a bad result for us. Oh! The background of the cultivator in Object Beyond Mountain is still unknown. No one knows where he came from. If we borrow his hand to shake Rock City's position, we might be able to obtain some benefits for a while. But in the end, it might not be as we wish, and there might even be other troubles. Wu Zuqing pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. What you say isn't unreasonable. Forget it, the chess pieces have already been placed anyway. It's just a few years earlier or a few years later. With a bit more buffer time, we can be more prepared. His eyes narrowed, revealing a sharp light. How much time do you think we have? Shu Heng said, 10 years at most, 5 years at least. Patriarch will be able to accomplish his greatest wish in one go. Lei Xiaoyu sat in front of the window, sulking. The more she didn't want to think about it, the more she couldn't shake off the image of that bad fellow. The more she sat, the angrier she became. The scenery in front of her caused her to become irritated. She slammed the window shut and threw herself onto the bed, hugging the pillow as she rolled around. Scoundrel! Stinky bastard! Bastard! Lei Xiaoyu jumped up and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Don't let me see you again or I'll make you pay!" The two maids standing guard outside the building glanced at each other helplessly. The young miss had really gone crazy recently. They were also curious. Just what kind of man was he that the young miss couldn't forget about him? As they were thinking, there was the sound of footsteps. The two maids looked up and smiled. "Big Sister Qingrong, you came just in time. The young miss is in a fit of anger and we don't dare to go in. We are waiting for you to rescue us." Qingrong glared at them. "You are the smart ones. Who doesn't know that Big Sister is the most spoiled? The young miss has grown up with you, but she has never treated you as a servant," the maid said as she pushed open the door. Qingrong paused for a moment. Then, she smiled. "I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you. The kitchen has just finished cooking some longevity porridge. I will send it in while it's hot and watch the young miss finish it." She stepped into the building. She glanced around the familiar environment and rolled her eyes several times. Then, she walked up the stairs. She turned around the exquisite and gorgeous staircase and lifted the jade bead curtain. Qingrong looked up, revealing a wide smile. "Miss, it's time for you to drink the porridge." The young miss of the City Lord Mansion had a weak body since she was a child. She needed to cook longevity porridge with precious ingredients to slowly nourish her body. This was a matter that everyone in the mansion knew about. This should have been a common occurrence day after day. But no one knew that the kitchen maid who had carefully prepared this porridge was now freshening up and smiling at herself in the mirror. Then, she tilted her head back and drank the poison in the bottle. This poison was colorless and tasteless. A single drop was enough to become a marquis. The clear white jade bowl fell to the ground and rolled into the distance. Lei Xiaoyu clutched her aching stomach, her eyebrows tightly furrowed together. "Why?" Qingrong said in a soft voice. "Because many years ago, all of my loved ones died under your father's hands. The youngest was my little brother who was less than 3 months old. Because of the words 'cut the weeds by the roots,' his little body was pierced through by a spear. Does the young miss know of these matters? What you don't know is that I witnessed this scene with my own eyes in the past, and I have never forgotten it." Lei Xiaoyu began to vomit blood, small mouthfuls at a time. The blood was pitch black, but strangely emitted a sweet fragrance. As it fell to the ground, it automatically shrank, condensing into black bead. They were like black pearls that could be found in the deep sea, each one reflecting her pale face. "I sympathize with your experience, but I will not apologize. If my father didn't kill, he would have been killed. If so, then everything you experienced might have been my experience." Qingrong nodded. "Of course, the young miss does not need to apologize and I do not need your apologies. To be able to accompany you to the Yellow Springs is already enough for me." Bang! The window instantly shattered. Wooden fragments howled out, filled with a terrifying strength. They instantly pierced through Qingrong's body, turning her into countless pieces. The steward fell to the ground, his complexion pale. Lei Xiaoyu squeezed out a smile. "Uncle Jean," she fell backwards, falling unconscious. Chapter 898. Lei Qianjuan's complexion paled. His eyes narrowed, as if he were an iron statue. Although he didn't say a single word, everyone could feel the tumbling brutality in his chest. The air seemed to be filled with the scent of blood, causing one's mind to tremble. The butler had a heavy expression. He bowed. "It was my lack of consideration that caused something to happen to the miss. City Lord, please punish me." Lei Qianjun glanced at him, not speaking. At this time, the door was pushed open from within and the ruddy Gu Yenyuan walked out with a medicine box on his back. He met Lei Qianjuan's eyes and gently shook his head. "City Lord, your daughter's old illness has yet to recover and today she has been attacked by a strange poison. There is nothing I can do to save her. Please forgive me for being powerless." The butler trembled. Blood flowed out from his nose and mouth, and his complexion paled. Drip, drip, beads of blood fell to the ground, seeming to weigh tens of thousands of pounds. They smashed through the ground, leaving behind circular holes. Lei Qianjun was silent for several breaths of time. He slowly said, "Mr. Gu is a divine doctor and has the ability to revive the dead. I believe that Mr. will definitely find a way to save my daughter. If my daughter can survive this calamity, I will surely offer generous gifts to thank Mr. for your great kindness." Gu Yenyuan looked at the butler and his eyebrows trembled. He took a deep breath and bowed. "Since the city lord thinks so highly of me, I will try again. But this method is a bit dangerous and I am not sure how effective it will be." Lei Qianjun cupped his hands together. "I'll have to trouble Mr." Half a day later, Gu Yenyuan's complexion was deathly pale. He walked out of his room once more. His face was covered in wrinkles and dark spots, and it was filled with the aura of decay. "The miss will be fine for 10 days. After saying this, Mr. Gu, who was renowned for his divine medical skills, was helped away. He had already done his best, and had even paid the price of several hundred years of his life. To use several hundred years to save 10 days of life, if it weren't for the city lord mansion's strength and status, it would have been impossible. Lei Qianjun stood up without expression. He dismissed all the maids and stood in front of the bed. Looking at his daughter's pale complexion, his eyebrows slowly furrowed. Like a folded mountain range, he revealed an endless heaviness. After a long time, he let out a breath and said in a soft voice, "Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. Father won't let you go. I will definitely save you." He turned around and walked out the door, glancing at the housekeeper who was still weeping blood. "Send a message to the 13 city lords. Rock City is willing to show our sincerity to anyone who can save Xiaoyu's life." The steward turned and left. Moments later, the news spread in all directions. The 13 city lords of Rock City all received the message. Some were worried, some were happy, and some were eager to try. But no matter what their true intentions were, not long after they received the letter from Pengcheng City, a group of people from each of the 13 cities rushed to Pengcheng City with solemn expressions. Inside the flood dragon carriage, Wu Zuqing frowned slightly as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He had already ascertained that the assassination attempt on Lei Xiaoyu was not a trap set up by Shenzhen City. Who did this? The other party must have sensed something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used Lei Xiaoyu as a breakthrough point. After all, no matter how noble her identity was, she was still just a daughter. She was far from qualified to become the new ruler of Pengcheng City. He hated this kind of passive situation where everything was out of his control. Xu Heng, who was standing opposite him, hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "Patriarch, no matter what the goal of the person behind this is, we need to prepare ahead of time." Wu Zuqing's eyes flashed and he nodded. "I know what to do. If Lei Xiaoyu really died, time would be tight." Fortunately, they weren't prepared and Pengcheng City was also caught off guard. However, with another force in the dark, they had to be more cautious. Otherwise, if they weren't careful, they would fall into a trap. Soon, Pengcheng City came into sight. After confirming their identities, the flood dragon carriage flew straight to the city lord's residence. "Greetings, Patriarch Wu. The city lord is waiting. Please follow me." A Lei family expert cupped his hands and bowed before turning around to lead the way. When Wu Zuqing arrived, most of the representatives from the 13 families had already arrived. Now wasn't the time to talk, so they sat down after exchanging greetings. However, they couldn't help but look at each other inquisitively. Although they didn't know who the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on the city lord's daughter was, it must be related to everyone present. While everyone was deep in thought, time passed and the representatives from the 13 families arrived. "The city lord has arrived." Everyone stood up one after another, solemnly bowing. "Greetings, city lord." Lei Qianjuan's expression was calm. Today, I have troubled all my colleagues to come here because of my daughter. It is indeed a bit rude. After this matter is over, I will definitely find an opportunity to apologize to all of you. The city lord is too serious. We have watched Xiaoyu grow up and are all her elders. Even if the city lord didn't summon us, we would still have come to visit. For something like this to happen, all of us are furious. We will do our best to assist the city lord and find the true culprit. Lei Qianjun nodded slightly at everyone's expressions. Everyone is thoughtful. It won't be too late to apprehend the culprit later. My daughter's situation is critical, so I won't beat around the bush. His eyes swept over everyone present. Mr. Gu Yenyuan has taken action and temporarily stabilized Xiaoyu's situation. I wonder if anyone here can help my daughter? As I said in my previous letter, I am willing to pay sufficient compensation. I will not disappoint you. Everyone was mentally prepared. Moreover, how could they refuse Lei Qianjun when he had already said this? They entered their rooms one after another, staying for different lengths of time. No one said anything, but when they returned to the outer hall, everyone had grave expressions. Xiaoyu's problem was truly serious. If Lei Qianjun hadn't forced her and Gu Yenyuan hadn't risked his life, she might have already died. Now, she was barely hanging on to her last breath and could die at any moment. Lei Qianjun slowly said, "This is the situation. Everyone has seen it. Do you have any ideas?" Everyone was silent and frowned, unwilling to speak at this moment. If it was something else that could gain Lei Qianjuan's favor, they naturally wouldn't mind trying it. However, a life was at stake, and it involved his most beloved daughter. If they weren't careful and helped this girl take her last breath, they would be in deep trouble. Lei Qianjuan's gaze slowly swept across everyone. Wu Zuqing's heart trembled slightly, but in the next moment, his voice rang out, "Brother Wu, your Wu family has a long history and produced many experts. Your foundation is even deeper than my Ping cities. Do you have any ideas?" What did this mean? What did Lei Qianjun find out? Or was he purposely testing me? How should I respond? Wu Zuqing's thoughts spun rapidly, his mind already tensed up. He knew very well how ruthless the person in front of him was. At this moment, he was calmly asking questions, but in the next moment, he might explode and kill someone. Something like this had rarely happened in recent years, but it had happened countless times since Ping City was established. In a breath's time, Wu Zuqing made a decision. He let out a breath and slowly said, "City Lord, an ancestor of the Wu family brought out a treasure from heaven-extinguishing abyss and passed away not long after. Perhaps it can temporarily alleviate Xiaoyu's injuries." When he said this, everyone looked over in surprise. How shrewd was Wu Zuqing? How could he make such a foolish move? Could it be that he didn't know that regardless of whether or not today's matter had anything to do with him, he would definitely be suspected after saying this? To be remembered by Lei Qianjun, even with their status and identity, they would still feel uneasy. Lei Qianjun took a deep breath. "If Brother Wu is willing to use the treasure to save my daughter, you can ask for anything." Wu Zuqing pondered for a moment and said, "I heard that there is a crippling heavenly sword in the city lord's secret storehouse. Is that true?" Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No matter how they looked at the situation today, something big was about to happen. Who didn't know that the Wu family had been collecting the crippling heavenly swords for generations? Now they only lacked one more to complete the collection. The city lord had collected this item to suppress the Wu family and limit their strength. Now that he was asking for it in front of them, anyone would think that the Wu family was the one who attacked Lei Xiaoyu and used this opportunity to blackmail them. Oh no, if it really was the Wu family, they wouldn't do things so crudely. Could it be that Wu Zuqing wanted to use this method to tell Lei Qianjun that this matter had nothing to do with them? The more everyone thought about it, the more likely it was. They all cursed inwardly. Wu Zuqing was indeed a shrewd and astute person. No matter how much Lei Xiaoyu was doted on, she was only a daughter. It wasn't that she had no value, but compared to the Wu family, she was clearly not on the same level. One had to know that a complete crippling heavenly sword was completely different from a missing one. No one thought that Lei Qianjun would give the Wu family a chance to become stronger for his daughter. However, the development of the situation exceeded everyone's expectations. Lei Qianjun only pondered for a moment before he said resolutely, "The crippling heavenly sword is indeed in Ping City's secret storehouse. I will order someone to retrieve it immediately." At this moment, even Wu Zuqing, who had made the request, was stunned for a second, not to mention the others. He almost suspected that he was hallucinating. Lei Qianjun agreed? He actually agreed? Was he crazy? Or had the world changed? Wu Zuqing only confirmed that everything was real when the housekeeper personally handed him the sword box that contained the crippling heavenly sword. He didn't need to open it. Just by sensing it, he could confirm that the sword box contained the crippling heavenly sword, the last crippling heavenly sword that the Wu family had been searching for almost 1,000 years. At this moment, Wu Zuqing was no longer in the mood to consider Lei Qianjun's motives. He took a deep breath and suppressed his surging emotions. He gripped the sword box tightly with both hands and said in a low voice, "The treasure is in the Wu family's ancestral storehouse. Only I can open it. Don't worry, the Wu family will deliver it to you by tomorrow morning." This was his final test. Lei Qianjun nodded in agreement. The Flood Dragon Imperial carriage left Ping City without any mishaps. Only now did Wu Zuqing truly heave a sigh of relief. He lowered his head and looked at the sword box with a burning gaze. Opposite him, Xu Hang bowed. "Congratulations, Patriarch. Congratulations, Patriarch. You've finally obtained the last crippling heavenly sword. You will definitely break through and become an overlord." Ha 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 ha. Wu Zuqing threw his head back and laughed. "I only wanted to use this opportunity to test Lei Qianjun. I didn't expect such a harvest. The heavens are truly on my side. At this point, even if Ping City changed their minds, they wouldn't be able to catch up to them." Chapter 899. Wu Zuqing returned to the Wu clan and immediately summoned the clan's experts. After several tests and confirming that the broken heavenly sword wasn't tampered with, he immediately began to comprehend it. The entire Wu clan was in a joyous mood. Everyone's hearts were filled with longing for a beautiful future. As for the treasure to save Lei Xiaoyu, although the Wu clan did have an ancestor who passed away not long after returning from the heavenly eradicating abyss, he didn't leave behind any treasures. Wu Zuqing only said that to pave the way for his request for the broken heavenly sword. After all, although the broken heavenly sword is precious, it's a treasure exchanged with the life of an ancestor of the Wu clan. Both sides are barely equal, so it won't seem like they're asking for too much and purposely making things difficult for Ping City. Wu Zuqing had never imagined that Lei Qianjun would agree without the slightest hesitation. However, he didn't panic because of this. Although the Wu clan didn't have a life-saving treasure, it was still possible to keep Lei Xiaoyu alive for a while. The next morning, a Wu clan expert rushed to Ping City and entered the room alone to treat Lei Xiaoyu. After 2 hours, he left. Lei Xiaoyu had already woken up. "Father." She used up all her strength with just one word. Lei Xiaoyu could only force a smile. Lei Qianjun bent down to wipe her tears. "It's good that you're awake. I'm here for everything. You just need to rest." Lei Xiaoyu nodded. She was exhausted and closed her eyes for a while before falling into a deep sleep. Lei Qianjun quietly looked at her for a while, then turned around. "Has Mr. Gu arrived?" The housekeeper replied, "I've already sent someone to invite him." A youth who resembled Lei Qianjun hesitated. "I heard that Mr. Gu's injuries are extremely severe and he hasn't slept for days." "I'm afraid," Lei Qianjun glanced at him and said indifferently, "he will come." The youth's heart trembled. He hurriedly lowered his head and didn't dare to speak again. Gu Yenyuan finally came. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. However, the situation was against his will, so he had to force a smile. Congratulations, City Lord. Mrs. Injuries have basically stabilized. I can't guarantee anything more, but it should be fine for a year or so. After ordering people to send Gu Yenyuan off, Lei Qianjun glanced at his eldest son and slowly said, I will be leaving for a period of time in the near future. During this period, you will be in charge of Ping City on my behalf. If you are unable to make a decision, you can discuss it with the uncles in the clan. Lei Jinyun's eyes widened. Although he knew he shouldn't reveal any happiness in this situation, he still found it hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. He bowed. Father, rest assured that your son will be careful and not let you down. A trace of disappointment appeared in Lei Qianjuan's eyes as he watched him leave with light footsteps. He turned to look at the housekeeper and said, This son of mine has great ambitions but little talent. He might be able to defend the city, but how can he protect the great foundation of Pengcheng City with just the word defend? It was fine to listen to this kind of topic, but the butler would not say a word more. Lei Qianjun obviously didn't need it either. The housekeeper was discussing this matter with him. His eyes flickered slightly as he said, In 2 days, when Xiao Yu's condition has improved a little, you will follow me and bring her to Beyond Objects Mountain. Since there are people who are so eager for me to go, I will naturally not disappoint them. The butler bowed. Yes. 2 days later, Lei Qianjun announced that he was going into seclusion and secretly left Pengcheng City with his people, heading to Beyond Objects Mountain. But less than an hour after he left, this news had already spread through secret channels. For a time, there were some ripples in the dark. The news that Lei Xiaoyu had been assassinated and nearly lost her life on the spot had already spread throughout the 13 cities. Those who had the qualifications to know about this could guess Lei Qianjuan's goal. If he hadn't used the crippling heavenly sword as the price to exchange for the Wu family's help, perhaps everyone would have guessed that there was some sort of trick involved. But now, with the perfect foundation laid, they could only sigh inwardly. Lei Qianjun truly loved this daughter of his to the extreme. The focus shifted to Beyond Objects Mountain. Everyone wanted to know what was going to happen next. Would the mysterious existence in Beyond Objects Mountain really save her? After all, even Gu Yenyuan had said that Lei Xiaoyu's injuries were beyond saving. Even if she had some heaven-defying method, the consumption would definitely be terrifying. If she was rejected, how would Lei Qianjun react? Wu family. After receiving the news that Lei Qianjun had left Ping City, Wu Zuqing immediately realized that this was an excellent opportunity. But he didn't impatiently go into seclusion. Instead, he used various methods to determine Lei Qianjuan's whereabouts. At the same time, the spies he had placed in various parts of Ping City were all activated. Perhaps many of them would be exposed after today, but he couldn't care less now. As he sat in the still thought hall, he received one message after another. Ping City's affairs were now handled by Lei Jinyun. In the 17 cities controlled by the city lords' mansions, all personnel were stable and there were no signs of mobilizing any forces. In the garrisoned camp outside the city, the soldiers and horses were drilling as usual. Half a day later, Beyond Objects Mountain sent back the latest news. Strong winds suddenly blew and several figures could be seen flitting past, disappearing into the mountains. Along with the news, there was a jade slip that had a rubbing scene. Strong winds blew and sand covered the sky. Several figures were faintly discernible. Wu Zuqing carefully looked at it and handed the jade slip to an old man with his eyes closed. Great uncle, I'll have to trouble you. The old man opened his eyes, his face expressionless. If we can repair the broken heaven sword, the Wu family will prosper. I didn't do this for you. He glanced out the window and took the jade slip, placing it between his eyebrows. A moment later, there was a light cracking sound as the jade slip shattered into powder. The old man's body trembled and blood flowed out from his eyes. It really is Lei Qianjun. As his voice fell, the old man stood up and walked outside. Blood flowed out from his closed eyes. He had already gone blind. Wu Zuqing stood up and bowed. "Farewell, great uncle." As the sound of his footsteps faded away, he stepped forwards and the ground split open, revealing stone steps that led underground. "I will go into seclusion. I only need 3 days to refine the Broken Heavens sword. During this time, no matter what happens, no one is allowed to disturb me." Qin Yu never imagined that Lei Qianjun would return. With his status and level, this didn't conform to common sense. But now that common sense didn't conform to common sense, Qin Yu couldn't care less. He only knew that if he didn't handle this properly, he would be in deep trouble. "I have taken the liberty to visit. I ask that you show yourself." Lei Qianjun's voice, supported by a formidable strength, constantly reverberated through the air. Xiang Shui paled. Her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. But Qin Yu understood what she meant. Let's hurry and escape. Qin Yu knew that it was impossible for him to use her to brush things off today. Otherwise, he would be exposed before he could say anything. This woman was normally talkative, but she was actually so timid. They had only met once and yet she was so afraid. Qin Yu wasn't willing to run away like this. He had spent so much effort to put on this play, and now that he was about to reap the harvest, how could he just give up like this? He clenched his teeth and stood up. "Follow behind me. I don't need you to say anything today, just don't let your legs go soft." Xiang Shui hesitated. "How about I stay here and wait for you?" Qin Yu was so angry that he almost laughed. "You are now a maid. If you don't follow me and pour me tea, do you want me to do it myself?" Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to bicker with her. He lowered his voice and said, "If you want to stay here, that's fine. But if you run far away and I can't take care of you, then good luck." Xiang Shui didn't speak any more nonsense. With a thought, a black robe automatically appeared, covering his entire body. Qin Yu suppressed all his thoughts and nodded. He looked at the origin spirit mark in his palm, finally feeling a bit more confident. With a flick of his sleeves, the array formation fluctuated and the two of them vanished from sight. Lei Qianjuan's eyes swept around. Although his expression was calm, his heart was tumbling with tumultuous waves. Everything around him seemed normal at first, but when he looked at it again, it was different. It was like a rippling surface of water, constantly changing at every moment. Every moment was independent and different. Standing on the outside, this things beyond mountain was incomparably mystical. It was independent of yin and yang, unaffected by the changes of the sun and moon, but once one entered, one would discover its true mysteries. Suddenly, Lei Qianjuan's complexion changed. He turned around and saw a black-robed figure quietly standing there. Behind him was a woman. She was the divine realm maid he had seen that day. When had these two people appeared? He hadn't even sensed them. Lei Qianjun took a deep breath and his heart became even more dignified. He took a step forwards, but before he could speak, an old voice sounded out from beneath the black robe. "Rock City Master, I originally had no intention of interacting with you. Why did you come to my things beyond mountain and disturb my peace?" Qin Yu had already understood just now that this was the first time they met. No matter what, he couldn't reveal the slightest weakness. Instead, he had to display a certain toughness, and this was more in line with the identity he was currently playing. Lei Qianjun cupped his hands together. "I came here because I had no other choice. I ask that you understand." His eyes fell on the black robe and his eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly. He couldn't say why, but he felt that something was wrong. His eyes flashed. Lei Qianjun found the crux of the problem. It was a feeling of incompatibility. The two people in front of him didn't seem to fit in with where they were. At first glance, even though he only saw their backs, Qin Yu understood why Xiang Shui feared Lei Qianjun so much. Killing intent. There was an indescribable amount of it. It was as thick and viscous as viscous liquid, nearly tangible as it wrapped around his body. As he looked down, he could hear countless mournful wails in his ears, filled with despair and resentment at the end of their lives. Qin Yu had the ability to see through the surface and see through the essence. He could determine that all of this killing intent was accumulated bit by bit in the process of slaughter. At such a scale, there were likely trillions of lives that had died under Lei Qianjuan's hands. This was a true butcher. Killing intent was invisible and intangible, but it had already seeped into his flesh and blood and soul. This caused Lei Qianjuan's every movement to exude an intimidating aura that caused one to instinctively feel fear. At this time, although Lei Qianjun was only slightly frowning, in Qin Yu's eyes, the monstrous killing intent around his body was like a raging sea that would erupt at any moment. Not good. Although Qin Yu didn't know what the problem was, it was clear that Lei Qianjun had sensed that something was wrong. Without much time to think, Qin Yu took a step forward. The origin spirit mark in his palm flashed, and a trace of majesty broke out from his body. In the next moment, his mind quickly calmed down. The violent killing intent around Lei Qianjun in front of him also seemed to become normal. This was because at this moment, through the origin spirit mark, Qin Yu not only borrowed the power of the origin spirit but also the vision of an original God realm expert. City Lord Lei, what do you want to do? Chapter 900. Although he had used his greatest trump card, the original spirit mark, Qin Yu wasn't sure if he could hide it from Lei Qianjun. After all, although he hadn't seen Qin Yu fight with his own eyes, he could sense that Qin Yu's aura wasn't much different from the Dragon Lord's. Although he wasn't at the original God realm, the gap between them should be very close. If he couldn't subdue him, Qin Yu sighed inwardly. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only choose to run. Disregard everything and fight to the death? Forget it, it wasn't necessary. Moreover, the power of the original spirit mark wasn't endless. Shuizheng was in such a state, so it was better to be careful. If he wasn't careful and used too much power, he would have no place to cry if something happened to his body. In fact, Qin Yu's guess was correct. Although the ordinary original spirit mark was a strong deterrent, Lei Qianjun could resist it with his strength. When the time came, he would be able to judge Qin Yu's real situation and expose his profound trick. The wonderful thing was that the original spirit mark in Qin Yu's palm had a real original God sleeping. Therefore, Lei Qianjun could feel that the person in front of him was a real heaven master who could sweep across the world. Although Qin Yu's aura seemed to have a little problem, a giant was still a giant. He could crush Lei Qianjuan's body with a casual strike. His path of the God realm was reaching the peak day by day. He could faintly feel the majesty of a higher level. It was like comparing a lake to an ocean. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Original God, it was an original God. At this moment, Lei Qianjun couldn't help but be absent-minded. Originally, he thought that the person in Beyond Objects Mountain was a character at the peak of the divine path. His misjudgment was like the difference between heaven and earth. This kind of character who stood at the peak of the world, who could change the color of the sun and moon with a wave of his hand, why would he appear in Ping City? Lei Qianjun subconsciously asked himself. He then forced a smile. Not to mention anything else, he was sure that his previous guesses were just a joke. An original God realm expert was enough to move unhindered in the world. Even the royal family had to treat him with respect. He wouldn't put a small Ping City in his eyes. Lei Qianjun hurriedly recalled the entire process of their encounter. He was sure that he hadn't offended Ping City. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly. Otherwise, if he offended an original God realm expert, the consequences would be unimaginable. Taking a deep breath, Lei Qianjun bowed respectfully. Qianjun of Ping City, I do not know Senior's identity. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. At this moment, not to mention the other experts from the City Lord's mansion, even the steward, who had always been shrewd and expressionless, couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Even when facing the envoy that came from the imperial city, the city lord treated him as an equal. When had he ever been so fearful and fearful? That's right, he was fearful and fearful. They could feel the uneasiness of the city lord right now. Senior, to be able to make the city lord act like this, and to address him in such a manner, there was only one possibility. Original God. As soon as this thought popped up in their minds, the butler and the others held their breath. They subconsciously bent their backs and pressed their shoulders against the wall. At this moment, the air was filled with a suffocating pressure. Xiang Shui was dumbfounded. She looked at Lei Qianjun, who was doing his best to retract his aura and become as docile as a kitten. No matter what, she could not connect him to his previous image. In truth, even though Xiang Shui was incomparably afraid of Lei Qianjun, his image was exactly the type that she liked the most. Powerful, dignified, cold, he possessed endless authority, and he could look down on all others with disdain. But such a lion king-like man hadn't even said 2 words before he had been dealt with in a single exchange? Xiang Shui groaned inwardly. She looked up at Qin Yu. Just who was this boy? How could he have such fierce tricks up his sleeve? Qin Yu was also a bit stunned. But because he was hidden in his black robes, it wasn't obvious at all. Although he was confused, it was clear that this insufferably arrogant Lei Qianjun had been thoroughly shaken. That was good. She had to hurry and force him to retreat. Then, they wouldn't interfere with each other and they could move on from this. But before Qin Yu could speak, Lei Qianjun was the first to speak. Senior, my daughter encountered a great calamity when she was young. She luckily didn't die, but her foundation was damaged. A few days ago, she was attacked by a strange poison and her life is hanging by a thread. I heard that Senior is currently collecting treasures that can enhance the soul. As long as you save her, Qianjun is willing to offer them all to you. Light flashed and a massive number of jade boxes appeared on the ground. They opened on their own, revealing the items sealed within. Immediately, brilliant colors surged in the air, and all sorts of intoxicating auras wove together. Just taking a breath was enough to shake one's spirit and cause one's soul to instinctively give birth to an endless desire. Qin Yu couldn't say the words that were at the tip of his tongue. During this period of time, he had gone through intensive training and gained a greater understanding of soul treasures. Putting aside what he didn't recognize, every item in the jade box was a peak treasure. He silently calculated. If he could complete this transaction today, then Qin Yu wouldn't need to continue playing trick. He would just pack up and leave Beyond Things Mountain. He would return to Riverwater City and go into seclusion. Seeing the black-robed man remain silent, Lei Qianjun didn't dare to believe that Qin Yu had been knocked unconscious by a great gift that had fallen from the heavens. He just couldn't help but sigh. An original god was indeed an original god. What he thought was a precious gift, yet this person didn't even care about it. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Of course, if Senior is not satisfied, there are still some treasures in Rock City's secret storehouse. Qianjun can offer them up with both hands." No. If Lei Qianjun continued speaking like this, Qin Yu feared he would have a nosebleed. With a light cough, the black-robed man swept his eyes over the group from Rock City. He subconsciously stood up straighter. "I can give it a try, but the problem with this girl isn't small. Whether or not she can survive will depend on her luck." Lei Qianjun was overjoyed. "Thank you, Senior." He truly doted on his only daughter. If he could save her life, he wouldn't hesitate even if he had to spend more resources. The steward respectfully placed a soft couch on the ground with 2 Lei family masters. The light that wrapped around Lei Xiaoyu scattered, revealing a pale Lei Xiaoyu leaning against the couch. She had clearly been awake for some time and had seen everything that had occurred. At this time, besides awe, her eyes were also filled with longing and expectation. If one could live on, no one would be willing to die. Moreover, this was a little girl who had yet to experience the world. Her life should have just begun. It was her. Qin Yu was startled. At first he feared Lei Qianjun, but then he was knocked unconscious by the treasure. For a moment he didn't realize it was this little girl. She was Lei Qianjun's daughter? Xiaoyu, why haven't you bowed to senior yet? If you can survive, you must remember this great debt of saving your life. Lei Qianjun shouted out. Lei Xiaoyu struggled to bow. Thank you, senior, for saving me. Qin Yu glanced at her. You stay here. Without permission, you are not allowed to casually walk around. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiang Shui. It was unknown what this woman was thinking, but she seemed to be in a daze. Cough. Hearing this reminder, Xiang Shui regained her composure. She followed Qin Yu's gaze and steadied her mind. She stepped forwards and put away the jade boxes on the ground. Every time she took one, her heart would shiver. Then, she began to calculate. For better or worse, she was a participant in the plan. Although she hadn't done much, she had still been scared into a miserable state by Lei Qianjun. I don't want 50%, 40%, or even 30%. It shouldn't be too much to give me 1 or 2, right? The air rippled, wrapping around Qin Yu, Xiang Shui, and Lei Xiaoyu. They vanished from sight. The butler glanced around and said tentatively, Master, this is, Lei Qianjun nodded slowly. Original God Realm. An extremely powerful original God Realm expert. Although he had touched the peak of God Realm, it seemed like there was only a thin line between them. However, this thin line was like the distance between heaven and earth. Lei Qianjun had been arrogant his whole life. He had never admitted defeat. However, he wasn't sure if he could break through to the original God Realm. Perhaps this was a chance. If he could rope in this man from things beyond mountains, his position in the heavenly Chu Empire would be as stable as Mount Tai. Lei Qianjun was a qualified father. He loved his daughter a lot. However, he was also the master of Ping City, the overlord of an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. After confirming Qin Yu's competence, he couldn't help but change his mind. Lei Xiaoyu fell into a deep sleep. Looking at her pale face, which was much smaller than before, Qin Yu instinctively recalled the longing and light in her eyes before she fainted. Such a pitiful girl. That's right, she was pitiful. Even if she had a powerful father and a noble birth, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Qin Yu wouldn't have believed how she had endured the heart-wrenching pain to live until today. In Qin Yu's eyes, besides the surface, her entire body was already riddled with holes. It was a miracle that Lei Xiaoyu could endure until today. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu made up his mind. Whether it was Lei Qianjun's sincere offer or his pity for this girl, as long as he had a way, he would help Lei Xiaoyu recover. At least, there was some fate between them. Although the process wasn't pleasant, it was still a kind of fate. However, Qin Yu soon found out that his thoughts were too simple. He knew that Lei Xiaoyu's wounds were hard to heal, but he didn't think that the price would be so high. Within the collapsed space, the great sun phantom sent out its consciousness. When she was young, someone had cast a witchcraft spell on her. After being sealed, she was able to live until today. But not too long ago, the goo worm was activated. This girl should have died already, but someone used a heaven-defying technique to sacrifice a large amount of vitality to forcefully extend her life for 10 days. If that was the case, then I could think of a way. But later, someone broke the last bit of vitality in her body and forcefully stimulated it for the goo worm to absorb. For now, she can hold on for around half a year, but it also completely cut off her path of survival. Qin Yu frowned. Is there really no way? The little blue lamp paused. There is. The first method is to find the corpse of an original God Realm expert and refine its blood essence for the goo worm to swallow. Once the goo worm finishes its evolution, not only can she escape this hopeless situation, but her strength will also increase. Qin Yu shook his head. What kind of joke was this? Not to mention whether or not there were corpses of original God realm experts in this world. Even if there were, with his small arms and legs, if he dared to do anything, he would be smashed into pieces. Being able to subdue Lei Qianjun was already a great stroke of luck. Qin Yu had never thought that playing tricks was a long-term path. There is another method. I can use my Xiantian strength to reconstruct her body and soul, and then forcefully extract the goo worm. But this will consume a great deal of energy. The small world I am creating might collapse because of too much Xiantian strength, and I will fall into a deep slumber. Qin Yu fell silent. He looked at Lei Xiaoyu's pale face, and after struggling for a bit, he inwardly apologized. Although he had many cards in his hand, and even the sun and moon force field that shook the little blue lamp, Qin Yu never doubted that the little blue lamp was his greatest support. It was the boat that would help him cross the long river of cultivation and reach the final shore. This price was too great, so great that Qin Yu couldn't accept it. This price was far too great, so great that Qin Yu was unable to accept it. He could save Lei Xiaoyu, but he couldn't. The little blue lamp seemed to sense his fluctuating mood. It suddenly said, "You don't need to feel guilty. Even if you decide to save her, I will still refuse." Qin Yu forced a smile. "I don't feel guilty. I have only met her several times, and we can't even be considered friends. I won't recklessly disregard everything because of a moment of soft-heartedness, forget it. I've already made up my mind, so there's no point in saying more. If I can't save her, then can I make sure she doesn't suffer and walk the final path of her life?" Chapter 901. When Lei Xiaoyu woke up, it was as if she had gotten rid of the nightmare that had haunted her for a lifetime. She felt unprecedentedly relaxed. He felt like he could fly at any moment. His body no longer ached from time to time. That clear feeling of his life being devoured every moment had completely disappeared. He closed his eyes, opened them again, closed them again, and opened them again. It wasn't a dream. From the corners of Lei Xiaoyu's eyes, large teardrops fell. She flipped over and respectfully knelt down. "Thank you, Senior, for saving me. I will remember this grace for the rest of my life. Xiaoyu will never forget it." Before she woke up, Qin Yu had been hesitating about whether or not he should tell her the truth. But as he saw the heartfelt smile on Lei Xiaoyu's face, he sighed inwardly and finally made his decision. "You have just recovered from your injuries, so you need to recuperate even more. Maintain a bright and beautiful mood and don't get angry." An aged voice sounded from beneath the black robe. Lei Xiaoyu was slightly stunned. It was not only because of these words, but also because she actually felt a trace of warmth from the other party's eyes. The senior who had always been cold to his father was actually such a person? Even though she couldn't guess the true reason, it didn't affect Lei Xiaoyu at all. She felt even more respect for Lin Ming. She bowed and said, "Thank you for your reminder. I have suffered since I was a child, and now I can finally live like a normal person. My heart is filled with joy and gratitude. I will live a good life and not let you down." Lei Xiaoyu glanced at the black-robed man in front of her and blinked. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Senior, have we met before?" Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. He shook his head and said, "No." He flicked his sleeves and space fluctuated. "Let's go. I'll send you back." The smile on Lei Qianjuan's face froze for a moment as he looked at Lei Xiaoyu. Soon after, it became even more radiant. He hugged her and bowed respectfully. "Many thanks, Senior." Lei Xiaoyu's body began to recover. Her emotions were surging, and a trace of tiredness rose from the bottom of her heart. She quickly fell asleep. Lei Qianjun lowered his head and glanced at her before handing her over to the housekeeper to take care of. He cupped his hands in greeting and asked, "Does Senior have any instructions for taking care of me in the future?" Qin Yu stepped down. Space immediately wrinkled, wrapping around the two of them and isolating them from the outside world. "You've sensed it?" Lei Qianjuan's expression was heavy. "May I ask, Senior, how much time does she have left?" Qin Yu said, I won't be affected by external forces. I should be fine for 3 years. As for what happened after that, Lei Qianjun naturally understood. He squeezed out a smile and said, This child, Xiaoyu, has been tormented by witchcraft ever since she was a baby. Although she appears to be very happy, I know that she is doing this on purpose for me to see. Although it cannot be cured, at least from today onwards, Xiaoyu still has 3 years to truly live happily. I still want to thank Senior for giving her this time. As he spoke, he bowed. Qin Yu paused for a moment and said, I wasn't able to save them. City Lord Lei, take back a portion of the reward. No. I believe that Senior has already done his best. Moreover, using those things to exchange for 3 years of happiness for little Yu, Qianjun believes that it is worth it. Lei Qianjun bowed once again. If Senior feels that it is not appropriate, Qianjun has another request today. Qin Yu nodded. I, Qianjun, have already found out who planted the goo worms back then. It's just that I never had the chance to uproot them. Qin Yu frowned. You want me to take action? Lei Qianjun shook his head. Qianjun is not that stupid. I only hope that Senior can let Xiaoyu stay here and help me secretly leave objects beyond mountain. Qin Yu looked at him. Where do you want to go? Lei Qianjun didn't understand, but he still said, Wu Ling City. Qin Yu pondered for a while. Don't resist. Space suddenly shook as if a tsunami was rising, gathering from every direction. Lei Qianjun could feel that although the energy in this space was tremendous, it wasn't a threat to him. He just let himself be submerged. In the next moment, his vision darkened. The tearing feeling disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, Lei Qianjun was shocked. Wu Ling City. He had arrived at Wu Ling City. Objects Beyond Mountain was almost 100,000 miles away from here. However, he could teleport here in just one thought. Could his soul consciousness directly lock onto a place 100,000 miles away? That was terrifying. At Lei Qianjun's level, it wasn't that he had never met an original God realm expert. However, he had never heard of anyone with such power. Could it be that the man in Objects Beyond Mountain was a peak existence even among the original God realm experts? Taking a deep breath, Lei Qianjun calmed down the shock in his heart. Now wasn't the time to think too much. His cold eyes fell on Wu Ling City. At this moment, his sudden arrival had been discovered by the people in the city. Some silhouettes flew up from the city. The leader was a warrior of the Wu family. Several days ago, he had followed Wu Zuqing to Peng City. The warrior clasped his fists to greet Lei Qianjun. I didn't know you were coming. The Wu family didn't go out to welcome you. Please forgive us. While he was talking, his mind raced. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The Wu family had confirmed that Lei Qianjun had entered Objects Beyond Mountain. He hadn't come out yet, but now, he suddenly appeared here. It wasn't simple. Could it be that he had discovered something? But even if Lei Qianjun knew that the family head was in seclusion, did he dare to attack Wu Ling City alone? Was this a joke? If Lei Qianjun had such strength, he wouldn't have survived 13 times. Everybody would have knelt down and sung their surrender. Don't panic. Calm him down first. The family head was about to come out. Once the Broken Heaven sword was finished, everything would be settled. Glancing over the warriors in front of him, Lei Qianjun took a step forward. Monstrous murderous intent erupted around him. He was like an awakened beast roaring to the sky. Rumble, the sky above his head suddenly darkened. Endless dark clouds surged out, covering the sky and the sun. It was as if the yin and yang of heaven and earth had been reversed. Puff, puff. The several Wu family warriors all spat out blood and retreated. Their eyes were wide open, filled with shock and disbelief. Lei Qianjun made a move. He really made a move. He shed all pretense of cordiality and attacked the Wu Ling County alone. Crazy. He must be crazy. Whoosh, the sound of something piercing through the air approached. The Wu family warriors were frightened. No! Boom! Several warriors exploded in the air. Blood and flesh splashed everywhere. The murderous intent around Lei Qianjun became even stronger. He looked down at the Wu Ling County and roared, "From today on, I want there to be no Wu family in this world." Buzzing, a layer of light appeared and instantly covered the entire Wu Ling County. The Wu family had a history of hundreds of thousands of years. They produced many powerful warriors and had a deep heritage. They had carefully managed their foundation and were naturally prepared. But just as this layer of light appeared, it began to shake. Of the 21 hubs that maintained it, 4 of them were completely paralyzed. Even though it wouldn't directly cause the shield to collapse, its defensive strength was reduced to less than half of what it was before. Lei Qianjun lifted his hand and punched out. The shield twisted crazily. Then came the second punch. With an earth-shattering noise, the shield completely collapsed. In the Wu family mansion, there were constant roars of shock and anger. No one had expected that the defensive hub that they had worked so hard to manage and thought to be infallible would be invaded and eaten away by Ping City. It simply couldn't function as it should have. Luckily, it managed to stop him for a while. The Wu family mansion's protective array had been completely activated. Even though it wasn't as strong as the protective array, it could still stop Lei Qianjun for a moment. At that time, the army controlled by the Wu family would come to kill him. No matter how strong he was, if he didn't retreat, only death awaited him. The only hub of the family's great array is in the Still Thought Hall. Let's see if Lei Qianjun has any other methods. A Wu family expert roared, his eyes filled with shame and anger. The dignified Wu family had actually been forced to such a state by a single person. This was simply a disgrace. Once the patriarch came out of seclusion and successfully refined the broken heavenly sword, he would definitely attack Ping City and kill Lei Qianjun on the spot. I believe that Lei Qianjun still has a way. A calm voice suddenly sounded from a corner. Everyone's expressions changed and they looked over with unfriendly eyes. Xu Heng, what do you mean? An outsider was actually more trusted than they were. This had long since caused the Wu family cultivators to be dissatisfied. Now, there were already several people eager to try. If he dared to say more, they would take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. They wanted to let this lackey know that the Wu family belonged to the Wu family and that an outsider like him couldn't order them around. Xu Heng had always given others the impression that he was a man of few words. He almost never took the initiative to speak, but today he was clearly different. He looked around at the people in the Still Thought Hall, the corners of his lips curling up. Don't you want to know why I know that Lei Qianjun still has a way? Not good. Capture him. A Wu family elder roared out, his arm reaching out to grab Qinyu. Xu Heng said in a soft voice, "It's already too late to realize." He closed his eyes and didn't resist, allowing this hand to grab him. In the next moment, bang, all of the Wu family cultivators were startled by the loud explosion behind them. They turned around, dumbfounded. They saw that the area around the Still Thought Hall seemed to have been ravaged by a typhoon. It had been razed to the ground by a terrifying strength. All of the Wu family masters that had gathered here had fallen to the ground one by one. Besides several powerful elders, almost everyone else had been wounded. One of the elders had half of his body blown up. He lay on the ground, blood gushing out of his body. It seemed as if he would soon die. This, just what was going on. Without giving them any time to think, there was a loud rumble. Lei Qianjun's killing intent soared up into the skies. He lifted his hand and pressed down with his 5 fingers. In that instant, trillions of killing intent erupted, condensing into substance and turning into a deathly prison of killing intent. It was a deathly pale color that covered the entire Wu family. Today, anyone with the bloodline of the Wu family will not be able to escape. As soon as he stepped into the deathly prison of killing intent, Lei Qianjun lifted his hand and pressed down. A large number of Wu family cultivators didn't even have time to scream before their bodies exploded. Run. Lei Qianjun, if you dare slaughter my Wu family, the other forces will definitely retaliate. Sir City Lord, no matter what happens, please give my Wu family a chance. We will also leave you a path of retreat. Lei Qianjun ignored them and walked forward step by step. Wherever he passed, there were countless corpses and rivers of blood. He really didn't want to let a single person go, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young. Quickly break open the deathly prison of killing intent. It's too late, we can't escape. Fight. The Wu family experts that had nowhere to run howled in despair. They all launched suicidal attacks, trying to use their lives to fight for a chance of survival for their family. They were all suffering and waiting for Wu Zuqing to come out of seclusion. At that time, their desperate situation would naturally be resolved. But what caused the Wu family members to despair was that Wu Zuqing, who they thought was their only chance of survival, had yet to appear. Bang! With a heaven-shaking explosion, the last Wu family elder fell to the ground. Before he died, his eyes were wide open, filled with despair and unwillingness. How could the Wu family have fallen to such a state? Lei Qianjuan's eyes were indifferent. He stepped over his corpse and walked through every corner of the deathly prison of killing intent, killing everyone he saw. Finally, when he stopped, besides the thick smell of blood in the air, there was only a deathly silence. Lei Qianjun stood in the ruins of the quiet thought hall and slowly said, Wu Zuqing, when you ordered people to use witchcraft insects on my son in the past, did you ever think that such a day would come? He stepped forwards and the ground collapsed. Cracks rapidly extended underground, tearing apart the dome of the underground palace and revealing the cross-legged Wu Zuqing. At this time, a sword was suspended in front of him. The sword blade was complete, but its surface was covered with cracks. If one looked carefully, they would discover that it was actually composed of 37 small swords that were perfectly assembled together. The Broken Heavens Sword. On the day the sword was formed, a calamity descended from the heavens. The sword blade was destroyed into 37 pieces, but the sword spirit wasn't destroyed. The pieces condensed into a sword body and scattered throughout the world. Thus, it gained the name of the Broken Heavens Sword. After countless years, the Broken Heavens Sword was complete once more. But at this time, Wu Zuqing, who had personally given it a new life, only had despair in his eyes. An incomparably terrifying swallowing strength erupted from the Broken Heavens Sword. It firmly sucked him in, making it impossible for him to escape. Pa Lei Qianjun fell to the ground. His eyes were cold and indifferent. The Broken Heavens Sword was born with ill intentions. It was destroyed by the wrath of the heavens. Now that this sword spirit is gathered together, it will surely suffer a backlash and die. The Wu family has chased after the Broken Heavens Sword for generations, but they didn't know this secret. Because of this, their bloodline was cut off. It is truly pitiful. Puff! Wu Zuqing spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. The Broken Heavens Sword hummed and flew up, floating in the air. A burning heat flashed in Lei Qianjuan's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He knew that he didn't have the qualifications to wield this sword. The Wu family was destroyed because of it. If it weren't for the fact that he harbored other thoughts, how could he have implicated Xiaoyu and caused her to suffer a life of suffering? Chapter 902. Lei Qianjun, who dominated Ping City, once again displayed his strength to the world. The Wu family, which had hundreds of thousands of years of inheritance and experts, was wiped out in a single day. Even if there were a few fish that escaped the net, they were destined to live an ignoble existence in the darkness, unable to stir up any waves. This massacre displayed Lei Qianjuan's strength and ruthlessness, causing everyone to revere and fear him. However, his following actions displayed the rationality and clear-headedness of a qualified leader. On the day that the Wu family was destroyed, Pring City sent out a secret report to the city lord that the Wu family had the intention of rebelling. Alright, everyone knew that this was definitely a false accusation. However, the Wu family was already finished and no one would speak up for them. This was a righteous act. What truly made people sigh with emotion and praise was Lei Qianjuan's second step. Pring City withdrew from the Wu family's territory. In other words, after destroying the Wu family, he didn't want anything and instead took out all the benefits to bind his allies. The third step was for Pring City to sign a series of agreements with the 12 cities, expressing their sincerity and further appeasing them. With just these 3 steps, the raging waves that should have been set off by the Wu family's extermination quickly dissipated into nothingness. The imperial family that wanted to make an issue of this matter and cause trouble for Pring City tried several times to no avail. In the end, they could only settle things peacefully. After this incident, Pring City's position was as stable as Mount Tai. Although it seemed like they didn't gain anything, their control over their territory had risen to a whole new level. Everyone had witnessed the events that had transpired. They had seen Lei Qianjun kill decisively and not reveal anything. No matter what their true intentions were, they had to praise him for his ferocity. In the eyes of the world, Lei Qianjun, who was incomparably powerful, was now filled with helplessness. When he finished dealing with these trivial matters and returned to objects beyond mountains to pick up Lei Xiaoyu, he found that the person had already left. The steward and the others had been in the mountains the entire time and didn't know when the person had left. With that person's realm, how could they have known if he had quietly left? Sighing inwardly, Lei Qianjun gathered his thoughts and smiled. Xiaoyu, come home with father. Qin Yu began his seclusion. After leaving objects beyond mountains, he quietly returned to Riverwater City. After saying a few words to the siblings in Ku and in Xian, he returned to his room. This was very hard for Xiang Shui to accept. Her eyes were wide open. She had just done a perfect job and obtained countless treasures from Lei Qianjun. Couldn't they celebrate? Cultivation, cultivation, cultivation. His entire mind was filled with nothing but cultivation. There was no joy in life at all. Qin Yu's life was so dull that it was hard to imagine. At least, during these days that Xiang Shui had followed him, she had never seen him relax for even a moment. It was as if he was an old fellow on the verge of death, waiting for a breakthrough to extend his life. That's right, it was this feeling. But Xiang Shui could clearly feel that Qin Yu's soul was filled with vitality and was far from declining. There was no threat to his lifespan at all. Moreover, with his current strength, breaking through to the godly realm was a sure thing. At that time, his lifespan would practically be endless, so why should he fight for a day and a night? She couldn't figure it out, she really couldn't figure it out. Xiang Shui curled her lips. She could only conclude that this was Qin Yu's strange hobby. Perhaps he was the kind of person who would feel uncomfortable if he didn't cultivate? In any case, she needed to relax for a while. Although she didn't put in much effort during this trip to Beyond Objects Mountain, she really felt tired. Fortunately, her tiredness paid off. Xiang Shui patted her pockets, a beautiful smile on her face. Disregarding everything else, this brat Qin Yu was truly generous. 15 days later, Qin Yu opened his eyes, a smile on his face. Just now, he felt a resonance from his soul. Although there was no reason for it, he knew that his second road to the godly realm had opened. Schwar his figure moved. He left Riverwater City and stood in the skies. He lifted a hand and pointed a finger forward. Rumble, rumble, between the heavens and earth, trillions of spiritual strength began to boil, as if stars were descending from the highest heavens. An invisible pressure descended. Qin Yu coughed and flicked his sleeves, scattering the blue point finger. Divinity Realm Barrier. Heaven and Earth Dragon Gate. Qin Yu laughed out loud. He finally felt it, and he was sure that as long as he wanted to, he could forcefully open the gate with the blue point finger at any time. At this point, his road of divinity had been completed in 2. He took a deep breath and calmed his excited mood. Then, he turned and walked away, vanishing from sight with a single step. He didn't have much time to immerse himself in joy, because he had only opened 2 roads to the godly realm. Qin Yu's goal wasn't just these. 2 hours after he left, a golden carriage that seemed to be wrapped in flames passed by. With a light whistle, the carriage came to a stop. 2 figures flew out. The old man in the lead carried a sword on his back. After sensing it for a moment, he revealed a look of praise. What a powerful supernatural ability! He looked at the disciple beside him and asked, "What did you see?" She wore a pure white blademaster robe and had her hair tied up with a silver belt. The young girl thought for a moment and said, "Not too long ago, someone used a supernatural ability to shake the barrier of the godly realm. But he held back his strength and didn't open the gate." The one-armed old man said, "How does this supernatural ability compare to yours?" The young girl had a calm expression. "I can break it with a single sword." The one-armed old man shook his head, a deep meaning in his eyes. "Not necessarily," the young girl said. "This person hasn't broken into the godly realm, so it's clear he has great ambitions. Soon, the divine seal Saint Stone will descend in the imperial city. He should head there." The one-armed old man arched an eyebrow. "So what?" The young girl turned and walked away. "I'll break it with a single sword for you to see." The one-armed old man laughed, praise on his face. Although he had been a bit unwilling to accept this disciple in the past, he was now completely satisfied. His sword path focused on the principle that he was the only one in the world, and all living things could be cut apart by his sword. With this confidence, he didn't need to worry about his sword intent not being condensed. He turned to look at the imperial city and lightly said, "This is the last smelting trial. After you complete it, we will rush to the imperial city. Let's see whether or not the sword in your hand can sweep through the world." Qin Yu didn't know that he had already been innocently chosen by this sword-loving young girl to be an opponent that must be cut in half with a single sword strike. With the blue point finger completed, he didn't stop and began to break through the 3rd road of the divine realm. This time, Qin Yu chose the 5-element samsara. The circulation of the 5 elements coincided with the great Tao of the world, circulating in an endless cycle. If he could completely perceive it and understand the 5-element Tao, Qin Yu had absolute confidence he could trigger the response of the world and condense the glory of the divine seal. At the same time, he constantly refined treasures to enhance the intensity of his soul. But soon, Qin Yu discovered that he had encountered a new problem. This problem lay in refining treasures. He left seclusion with a frown. After finding Xiang Shui, Qin Yu asked her his question. The strange expression on her face caused Qin Yu's frown to deepen. "If you have something to say, just say it." "What is the meaning of that expression?" Xiang Shui licked her lips. "What I mean is, how did you cultivate to your current boundary?" These were her true thoughts. There were clearly times when Qin Yu was unfathomably deep and unfathomable, to the point where even she found him unfathomable. But now there were clearly common-sense things that he was ignorant of. If it weren't for her fear of arousing Qin Yu's dissatisfaction, she really would have gotten to the bottom of things and asked him just where he came from. Listening to her tone and expression, Xiang Shui clearly knew the reason, and it didn't seem to be too big of a problem. Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief and turned to sit down. He leaned back in his chair and stretched his waist. "Hurry up and tell me, big miss." As he finished speaking, he looked at Xiang Shui's expression. Qin Yu felt that if he hadn't suddenly thought of something and added the word little, this woman would have definitely flipped out. As if satisfied with how Qin Yu addressed her, Xiang Shui smiled at him. "If you weren't in such a hurry to cultivate and had stayed in the nunnery for a while longer, you would have naturally learned of this matter. For example, let's say you raise a pet and it's very rare. You pile up all sorts of delicious food and feed it. In the beginning, your pet must be very happy and have a good appetite. But when it's full, it needs time to digest before it can continue to eat heartily. Don't you think so? Before she finished speaking, Yu reacted. Although the analogy of a pet wasn't too reliable, Yu wasn't in the mood to worry about this anymore. He furrowed his eyebrows together. Are you saying that I have to give my soul time to absorb it? But it has already absorbed it. Xiang Shui curled her lips. That is only on the surface. Your mind is already in chaos. If you close your eyes and carefully sense it, you will naturally understand. Well, when Yu discovered that the absorption speed of his soul had slowed, he was indeed upset. He took a deep breath and suppressed all his thoughts. Then, he closed his eyes. A moment later, Yu opened his eyes. He didn't say a word, but his complexion became increasingly ugly. Xiang Shui glanced at him. You discovered? Just because the soul has been absorbed doesn't mean that it can be immediately absorbed again. You can think of it as a second digestion. Once it is completed, it will naturally return to the fastest absorption speed. So, this isn't anything at all. You brat, don't be so unsatisfied. Other cultivators dream of experiencing this sort of distress. Yu said, How long do you think it will take me to recover? Xiang Shui shook her head. Everyone is different. There is no way to answer this question. Yu waved his hand. Then let me rephrase my question. The things that Lei Qianjun gave me, according to my performance, how long will it take for me to completely refine them? City Lord Lei is extremely generous, and the things he gave me are top quality. I estimate that it will take at least 100 to 200 years. Xiang Shui swept her eyes over Yu. Why are you in such a hurry? It is only 100 to 200 years. With your lifespan, that isn't anything at all. Xiang Shui wasn't wrong. Even if he hadn't broken into the divine realm yet, after achieving the ancient immortal body, Yu's lifespan would increase by at least several 100,000 years. 100 to 200 years wasn't anything at all, but Yu couldn't wait that long. He had to return to his original world within these 200 years. Seeing Yu's complexion become increasingly ugly and the pressure around him become frighteningly low, Xiang Shui hesitated for a moment. Tell me why you are in such a hurry. Perhaps I can help you think of another way. Yu glanced at her. Xiang Shui uncomfortably shifted her body. This is called an equivalent exchange. Before she could finish speaking, Yu interrupted her. I want to save someone. Xiang Shui was startled. Shuizheng? Yu shook his head. My wife. Xiang Shui's eyes widened. Are you lying to me? Yu continued to say, because of me, she was secretly harmed and fell into a coma. In 200 years, no, at most 150 years, I must return to her side and awaken her from her slumber. Chapter 903. Xiang Shui finally understood the reason why Yu had to live each day with a sense of urgency. Looking at Yu's serious face, her mouth twitched. She mumbled, I didn't know that you were such an infatuated man. She didn't wait for Yu to feel like crying or laughing. She continued, All right, your answer passes. I know the solution. She put up one finger. The first one is simple. You just need to find an original God realm expert to help you recover faster. Yu's face darkened. He did have an original God realm expert. However, he was in a coma, waiting for him to save his life. Tell me the second one. Xiang Shui arched her brows, putting up her second finger. This one is a little difficult. People are divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. Some wander the streets, starve and freeze, while some are born with a bright future laid out in front of them. That's the point. The point is that the situation you encountered is more likely to happen in a group of people who are superior to others. Thus, they have a solution. They build a formation called soul casting. They use the power of the formation to extract the mysterious energy of heaven and earth to speed up the digestion of the soul. Xiang Shui glared at Yu, pouting her lips. Don't look at me like that. I'm not talking nonsense. I've seen something like this before. Moreover, harumph, I know where to find it. Qin Yu frowned. How did you know? Xiang Shui smiled contentedly. Your sister has a good plan. I've predicted that you would have this day. That's why I asked around. Qin Yu rose his hand and took out a jade box. This is for you. Tell me where the formation is. Deal. She took the jade box and opened it to take a look. Xiang Shui's smile became even brighter. She carefully put it away and said, Actually, you should be able to guess. In this area, who has the qualifications and ability to build a spirit-casting formation? Ping City. Standing in front of the majestic city gate, Qin Yu sighed with emotion. He didn't have the time to run away. Who would have thought that he would come to this place proactively? Things in this world were always changing. Indeed, Xiang Shui had heard that it was the master of Ping City who had built the soul-casting formation. It wasn't that Qin Yu didn't want to play some tricks to get the right to use the soul-casting formation. But after considering it again and again, he still suppressed this thought. That was because there were too many loopholes in this matter, and it couldn't stand up to scrutiny at all. The slightest carelessness could lead to a huge mess. With a deep sigh, Qin Yu followed the stream of people into Rock City. He had already decided to think of another way to borrow the soul-casting formation. However, he still had no idea what to do. He could only take it one step at a time. Qin Yu casually found a place to stay and began to wander around the city. But soon, he discovered that he seemed to have made a fool of himself. The fact that the Ping City Lord had constructed the soul-casting array was no secret. Many people on the streets knew about it. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Xian thought, no wonder Xiang Shui was smiling so brightly back then. I'll make a note of it first. I'll find an opportunity to settle the score with her in the future. After walking around for several days, Qin Yu discovered that he had underestimated things. Indeed, many people knew that the City Lord's mansion had a soul-casting formation. However, it had never been opened to the public. Yes, not even once. In the past, there had been others who came to the City Lord's residence and offered a lot of rewards, hoping to use the soul-forging formation to speed up their cultivation. But in the end, none of them had obtained anything. Sitting in his room, Qin Yu thought for a long time. Then, he bitterly smiled. It seemed that Xiang Shui was right. In the short term, besides using the handsome man trick, there really wasn't any other way. After hesitating again and again, Qin Yu let out a long sigh. He pushed open the door and walked out. The reborn Lei Xiaoyu had thoroughly activated her love for life in her bones. She didn't want to waste a single day on cultivation. That's right, she didn't want to waste it. If it weren't for the fact that cultivation could reduce the pain in her body, she absolutely wouldn't have spent so much time on it. Lei Qianjun smiled at her choice. With a wave of his hand, he approved it. However, there was an agreement between father and daughter. At most, Lei Xiaoyu could have fun for 3 years. Afterwards, she would have to follow his arrangements and enter a mystic realm to cultivate until she broke into the divine realm. As for what mystic realm it was, Lei Qianjun didn't say. He only told her that it was a secret. After obtaining the decree, Lei Xiaoyu completely let loose. Every day, she would run out of the City Lord's mansion. Besides the experts who protected her in secret, she was like an ordinary girl, pulling a group of friends to go crazy. Today's activities were arranged by Shen Qing. He said that there was a place that would definitely be fun. Lei Xiaoyu was in high spirit. The group of young men and women chatted and laughed as they hurried along. Suddenly, Lei Xiaoyu, who was talking to someone, widened her eyes. She ran over and fiercely patted the shoulder of a passerby. Qin Yu, why are you here? At this moment, she truly felt that the shadow of her life had been completely dispelled. All that was left was light and sunshine. Otherwise, why would the person she had been searching for so long suddenly appear in front of her after her old illness had been cured? Was this a compensation from the heavens? Yes, that must be it. As her thoughts raced, Lei Xiaoyu's smile became increasingly radiant. Her rosy cheeks stared at Qin Yu. Shen Qing and Chao Yaozong had seen Qin Yu once before. At this moment, they glanced at each other from behind, a bit of coldness in their eyes. In the massive rock city, there were millions upon millions of cultivators. Their group had also hidden their identities and mingled into the endless sea of people. Could there really be such a coincidence that they would meet here? It seemed that Lei Xiaoyu's massive search had been discovered. This cultivator called Qin Yu should already know of Lei Xiaoyu's identity. Disregarding everything else, there was at least one thing that they weren't wrong about, and that was that today's encounter wasn't a coincidence. Qin Yu had already been waiting here. Originally, Qin Yu believed that he had a sufficiently strong heart. But as he faced Lei Xiaoyu's heartfelt joy, he couldn't help but feel a bit of guilt. On that day, he had chosen not to save her, and now he wanted to use this girl. Although this was understandable, no matter what, such actions couldn't be considered glorious. After a brief pause, he nodded and said, "Long time no see." The subtle changes in his expression and his dry words confirmed Shen Qing and Chao Yaozong's suspicions. The depths of their eyes turned even colder. A toad lusting after swan meat. This boy, he really had some guts. Ha ha, isn't this the person you were looking for some time ago to thank Xiaoyu? Since we've run into each other, how about we play together? It'll be more lively with more people. Chao Yaozong smiled as he walked over. Lei Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. She stared at Qin Yu. Are you willing to go? Facing her expectant gaze, Qin Yu didn't know why, but he couldn't carry out his plan of loosening the reins to grasp them better. After a brief silence, he nodded. All right. Shen Qing walked over and pulled Lei Xiaoyu forwards. Hurry up, there will be more people soon. I don't want to wait in line. Several women smiled and crowded around her. Lei Xiaoyu only had time to glance back at Qin Yu before she was pulled to the front of the crowd. Chao Yaozong smiled. Xiaoyu is a good girl, right? Qin Yu glanced at him. Chao Yaozong turned his head. But not everyone has the qualifications to think about a good girl. I don't care what ideas you have, but you'd best put them away, otherwise you will regret it. With that, he patted Qin Yu on the shoulder, turned around, and followed. Today, Shen Qing brought everyone to a bustling night market. Although night had just fallen, there were already people weaving through the street. Besides all sorts of food, there were also many fun stalls. The one that attracted the most people was a little game called Opening the Bowl. The rules were simple. The stall owner would lay out a reward and the customer would need to place an item into the center of the table. Then, the 9 bowls on the table would topple over. The customer needed to find their item in a set amount of time. Within 10 breaths of time, they could choose any of the stall owner's reward items. Within 20 breaths of time, they could take back their item. If they passed 30 breaths of time, the item they placed in would belong to the stall owner. This could be considered an interesting gambling game. Of course, in the end, this game was a test of a cultivator's cultivation. As long as one's cultivation was high enough, they wouldn't suffer a loss. But then again, for powerhouses at such a level, they likely wouldn't rely on such a method to make a fortune. Even if they occasionally met 1 or 2, they would usually give up after making a move. After all, the higher one's status was, the more they cherished their face. Shen Qing had an excited expression. This is it. It's really fun. Yesterday I lost a hairpin I liked. Today I must take it back. Listening to her, Lei Xiaoyu understood the rules. She swept her eyes over the reward items, eager to give it a try. This was the first time she had encountered a gambling game like this. But, she immediately thought of something. She turned around and saw Qin Yu standing not too far away. She smiled at him. Chao Yaozong saw this and frowned. He immediately chuckled and said, "What's so difficult about this? Just watch me win and I'll take back your hairpin." As he spoke, he pushed his way to the front of the crowd. After a customer helplessly gave up, he shouted, "I'll go, I'll go." As he spoke, he cupped his hands across his chest. This little brother and my friend have made a bet. I must win back the reward she lost. I ask everyone to be magnanimous. He had an elegant demeanor and the way he dressed was extraordinary. Although some people were secretly dissatisfied, they didn't reveal it. After thanking him again, Chow Yaozong stood in front of the booth. Booth owner, my personal belongings are all here. You can choose one. The booth owner was a stern man. His eyes were calm. He glanced around and said, "Customers' items are too precious. My booth doesn't have anything suitable." Chow Yaozong waved his hand. "It's fine. You can choose anything you like. But, I must say in advance that if I win, I will take away the hairpin that the young miss left behind." The man lowered his head and thought for a moment. "That doesn't conform to the rules. Since Sir sincerely wishes to play, I will add another item to the reward column. But, I must also say in advance that if there are other customers who want to take it away, they must take out something that satisfies me." As he spoke, he reached into his chest and carefully took out a wrapped cloth bag. After opening it, a purple gold puppet doll was revealed. It was carved in the shape of a woman in a long dress. For some unknown reason, her face couldn't be seen clearly, as if one were looking at a flower through a fog. "How beautiful!" In the crowd, many female cultivators cried out. Now that night had fallen and the surrounding lights shined, the light on the puppet woman's dress was like a river of stars above her head, dazzling to the extreme. Lei Xiaoyu's eyes widened. She stared at the puppet and subconsciously bit her lip. Chow Yaozong looked at it several times. "Booth owner is very particular, but I will do as I said before. After I win, I hope that you can give me the hairpin." "Of course." The man pointed a finger. The jade pendant tied to customer's waist. As he spoke, he took a step back and gestured for Qinyu to begin. Chow Yaozong placed the jade pendant in the middle of the round wooden table. With a loud crack, it closed and the 9 bowls on the table toppled over, covering the table. "Begin calculating interest." Chow Yaozong looked at the wooden table with rapt attention. On the 7th breath of time, he lifted his hand. "This." Just as his voice fell, the wooden bowl he was pointing at opened, but there was nothing inside. "How is this possible?" Chow Yaozong was shocked. The other bowls were opened. The jade pendant was in the first row, underneath the 3rd bowl. The booth owner cupped his hands together. "Thank you for your patronage. According to the rules, the jade pendant belongs to me." He brushed his palm and took away the jade pendant. After thinking for a moment, he took down the puppet. "Hold on." Lei Xiaoyu suddenly said, "Booth owner, I like this puppet very much. I also want to try it out." Perhaps it was because they wanted to admire the puppet for a moment, or perhaps it was because they didn't like this group of young men and women with extraordinary backgrounds and wanted to see them suffer a bit more. The crowd parted on their own initiative. Lei Xiaoyu walked in front of the booth. Chow Yaozong whispered, "Xiaoyu, don't try any more. I've already lost here, it's fine." Lei Xiaoyu replied. She looked up and said, "Booth owner, you can choose one." Chapter 904. The stall owner looked hesitant. He glanced at Chow Yaozong and said, "This puppet is my beloved item. I shouldn't have taken it out today, but I received this customer's precious jade pendant. Since Miss is his friend, I will make an exception. But I will make it clear that only Miss is allowed to participate. After that, I will put the puppet away." He extended his hand. "Do you know the rules, Miss?" Lei Xiaoyu nodded. "It's a personal item. Stall owner, just pick one." The stall owner glanced around. The jade ring on Miss' finger. Lei Xiaoyu threw it into the hole in the round table. The 9 wooden bowls closed automatically with a snap. The stall owner said in a low voice, "Let the calculation begin." She stared at the 9 bowls. On the 6th breath, her eyes lit up. "This." She opened the bowls. There was nothing inside. The stall owner smiled. "Thank you for your patronage, Mississippi. He opened the other bowls and took the jade ring. He turned and was about to take the puppet. Stall owner. Lei Xiaoyu stopped him. I want to try again. You said before that only I was allowed to participate, but you didn't limit the number of times. Chao Yaozong said lightly, Stall owner, you should be able to tell the value of the jade pendant and ring. Since my friend wants to play a few more times, you shouldn't have any objections. The stall owner thought for a moment. All right, since Miss is happy, I will keep you company. He glanced around. This time, I want the button on Mrs. shirt. Lei Xiaoyu pulled off the button and threw it. Let's continue. Unfortunately, she made the wrong choice again. The button was taken away by the stall owner. Again. Failure. Again. Another failure. Chao Yaozong tugged at her. Xiaoyu, that's enough. This stall owner's traps are quite powerful. I feel my heart ache just looking at the items you lost. Xin Qing also said, Yes, let's go somewhere else. There are many more fun things to do here. Lei Xiaoyu shook her head. I want to try again. She glanced at the puppet. Stall owner, let's continue. The stall owner frowned and cupped his hands. Miss, how about this? I will return half of the items you lost. Let's end this. Lei Xiaoyu said, I only want this puppet. The stall owner sighed. The rules of the treasure keeper cannot be broken by my hands. If the miss insists, then let's continue. The 11th failure. Lei Xiaoyu lost her last personal item. Her face was pale, and she stared at the puppet without moving her eyes. The stall owner heaved a sigh of relief. Miss, you don't have anything left. You can continue to participate. Chao Yaozong's face darkened. He lowered his voice and said, Xiaoyu, don't be sad. Since you really like this puppet, I will definitely get it for you. No. Lei Xiaoyu shook her head. None of you should act recklessly in this matter. I will think of a way myself. She looked up. Stall owner, I like this puppet very much. If you are willing to sell it, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. The stall owner bitterly smiled. I don't doubt Miss' sincerity. But, according to the rules of the treasure keeper, you are not allowed to sell what you have. If you can't get it after 11 tries, it can only mean that you are not fated with this puppet. Don't force it. Lei Xiaoyu bit her lips. I want to try one more time. She lifted a hand. Light surged and a puppet appeared between her fingers. There was a loud gasp from the crowd. Everyone began to understand why Lei Xiaoyu was so determined to obtain this puppet. This was because what she had taken out was a puppet made from the exact same material as the stall owner's. The only difference was that the puppet in Lei Xiaoyu's hand was a size smaller and was carved into the shape of a playful little girl. The stall owner's eyes brightened. Miss, do you want to try using this puppet? If so, I can make an exception and give you 3 chances. Lei Xiaoyu took a deep breath and nodded. She carefully placed the puppet into the hole in the round table. Miss, the interest calculation has begun. The first time, Lei Xiaoyu failed. The second time, it was a repeat of the first. Beads of sweat hung on the bridge of her nose. Lei Xiaoyu's fingers trembled as she stared at the 9 wooden bowls. Illusions began to appear in her eyes. No, not this, the calm voice of the stall owner constantly entered her ears. Lei Xiaoyu's face paled and her breathing quickened. The 10th breath. Her body shook. If she couldn't find the puppet, she had already lost the qualifications to obtain the one in the stall owner's hand. Moreover, in another 10 breaths of time, even the one in her hand would be lost. Bang bang in Lei Xiaoyu's ears. The sound of her heartbeat seemed to be infinitely magnified. She gradually found it hard to breathe. From left to right, second row, first. A calm voice sounded out from beside her. Lei Xiaoyu looked up in shock. What she saw was Qin Yu's calm face. She didn't know why, but at this moment, all of her panic and sadness vanished without a trace. It was like when she saw Qin Yu, all the troubles that shrouded her vanished. As she was in a daze, Qin Yu's voice continued, If you continue to be in a daze, there won't be enough time. Lei Xiaoyu regained her composure. She pointed a finger. This. She didn't even consider what Qin Yu said. What if he was wrong? A trace of mockery flashed in the stall owner's eyes. Before he could hide it, it froze and began to shake in disbelief. At this time, the little girl puppet was lying peacefully beneath the bowl. Lei Xiaoyu screamed, "It's here, it's here." She turned and hugged Qin Yu. "Thank you, thank you." Qin Yu glanced at the stall owner. His eyes were light, but just as the stall owner was about to say something, his heart chilled. Before he could respond, Qin Yu had already taken away the little girl puppet. "All right, hurry and put away the puppet." Lei Xiaoyu's face flushed red. She took the puppet and looked at Qin Yu with gratitude. Chao Yaozong's face stiffened. He quickly covered it up and squeezed out a smile. "Qin Yu, good job. It's all thanks to you being here today." Xin Qing also hurried over. A group of women surrounded Lei Xiaoyu, chattering away. Qin Yu drew back several steps. He glanced at Chao Yaozong, who was approaching. "Is something the matter?" Chao Yaozong looked at him, his eyes turning icy cold. "It looks like you didn't remember the advice I gave you before." Behind the crowd, there was an uproar. Then, the crowd parted and a group of city guards responsible for maintaining order in the night market walked in. The leader coldly shouted, "We have received a report that your stall was secretly tampered with and violated the trading rules. Come with us for an investigation." Without giving anyone a chance to respond, several city guards lifted up the stall and brought the stall owner away. Chao Yaozong grinned as he ran in front of Lei Xiaoyu. Don't worry. Since the person has been taken away by the city guards, the item won't be able to run away." As he spoke, he winked at Xin Qing. Xin Qing angrily said, "No wonder our Xiaoyu couldn't choose anything at all. It turns out that this stall owner secretly tampered with the item. Humph, the rules of the treasure guards are very strict. If there really is a problem, then he will be in deep trouble. Moreover, everything we lose to him will be returned to us in perfect condition." Chao Yaozong indicated that he would go and take the item back. He said that the stall owner had violated the rules first, so they didn't need to pay too much attention to him. Lei Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before nodding. She said that they shouldn't make things too difficult for him, and that it was fine as long as they took the puppet. Chao Yaozong grinned and agreed. Then, he turned and chased after the city guards. Xin Qing and the others were tired from talking. They pulled Lei Xiaoyu into a temporary night stall on the side of the street. There were 4 people at a table, but as luck would have it, there was an empty spot for Qin Yu. Just as Lei Xiaoyu was about to stand up, Xin Qing smiled and said, "Brother Qin, you always love to help others. I'm sorry, but you can sit by yourself for now. Once Chao Yaozong returns, you'll have company." Qin Yu nodded and sat down. It had to be said that the taste was quite good. It had been a long time since he had satisfied his appetite, so he ate to his heart's content. As for Lei Xiaoyu, she didn't know the taste of her food. She would occasionally glance at Qin Yu and then look outside. Finally, just as Qin Yu was eating to his satisfaction, Chao Yaozong rushed back, his face filled with indignation. "Fuck, the city guards are a bunch of trash. They were careless halfway and allowed the treasure guard to escape." He had an ashamed expression. "Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. The puppet was also taken away. But, don't worry, I've already ordered the city guards to search with all their might. There is no way that fellow can escape." Lei Xiaoyu had a disappointed expression. Her eyes dimmed and she forced out a smile. "It's fine." She took a deep breath and stood up. "I'm a bit tired today. You all continue playing, I'm going home first." As she reached the door, she turned around. "Brother Qin Yu, can you see me off?" Qin Yu put down the bamboo stick in his hand and stood up. He nodded at the several people who were staring at him. "Thank you for today's hospitality. Goodbye." He followed Lei Xiaoyu and the two left together. The night deepened and there was a slight chill. But, not only did the number of people in the night market not decrease, but it actually increased. After walking in silence for some time, Lei Xiaoyu let out a long breath. She turned and said, "Brother Qin, we haven't officially met yet." She stopped and reached out a hand. "Hello, my name is Lei Xiaoyu." After a moment of hesitation, he grasped her hand. Her fingers were soft and cool. "Qin Yu." Lei Xiaoyu gently smiled. "Then from now on we are friends. What happened before was my fault. I hope you don't mind it." Qin Yu shook his head. "I've already forgotten." Lei Xiaoyu blinked. "Brother Qin, do you know why I'm called Xiaoyu?" Qin Yu was a bit stunned. Did little girls these days have such quick thoughts? Thinking for a moment, he honestly shook his head. "My father said that on the day I was born, the sky was filled with rolling thunder, but the rain was always pitter-pattering. It wasn't grand at all. Then, before I was even born, he determined that I was a girl. He said that although I took on his surname, I didn't have his grandeur. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, so I was called Lei Xiaoyu. My father said that he didn't expect me to have any achievements in this life. I just wanted to be a little fish and live a peaceful life, sheltered for the rest of my life." As she spoke to hear, Lei Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. Then, she slyly smiled. "I was a little angry that he looked down on me like that, but thinking about it, my current life is pretty good, so I didn't bother to argue with him." Qin Yu was silent for a moment. He slowly said, "Your father must have loved you very much." Lei Xiaoyu proudly looked up. "I never doubted that." She quickened her steps and turned around. The two faced each other. "Brother Qin, what about you? Does your name have any meaning?" Qin Yu shook his head. "No." Lei Xiaoyu curled her lips. "How could there be no meaning? You've seen Chao Yaozong before. He's that loathsome fellow. His father gave him this name because he hoped that he could bring honor to his ancestors. Although it seems that this wish will be difficult to realize, for better or worse it is still a wish. Tell me. Brother Qin, I've already told you such embarrassing things." Qin Yu said, "I really didn't. I'm an orphan. I'm not too sure how I got my name." Lei Xiaoyu's eyes widened. "Brother Qin, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." Qin Yu smiled. "I'm not that weak. It's been many years and I've long since gotten used to it." His eyes drooped and he suddenly said, "Can you tell me why you want the puppet in the stall owner's hand so much?" Lei Xiaoyu fell silent. Then, she revealed a wide smile. "It's nothing. It's because I thought that the puppet was a gift from one of my elders. But afterwards, I accidentally lost it and I've always wanted to find it." Although she was smiling, the sadness hidden deep in her eyes couldn't escape Qin Yu's observation. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. "Do you want to take back the puppet?" Lei Xiaoyu's eyes widened. "How?" Chapter 905. Lei Xiaoyu's eyes widened even further. This was the first time she had ever held hands with someone of the opposite sex, and it was the extraordinary Qin Yu in her heart. After a brief daze, her face flushed red. She felt dizzy from lack of oxygen and followed behind Qin Yu. It was only when Qin Yu let go that she regained her composure. She pursed her lips, trying to hide the unnatural expression on her face. "Big brother Qin, what are we doing here?" Qin Yu said, "To smash my rice bowl. Don't say anything and just follow beside me." As he spoke, he walked towards the dense crowd on the side of the road. Lei Xiaoyu hurried to follow. It was only then that she discovered that this was a treasure keeper's booth. Qin Yu silently walked forwards. Without making any movements, an invisible strength spread out and the crowd in front of him parted like water. Many eyes fell on Qin Yu. Their pupils shrank. They couldn't say why, but they all had the same thought. This person wasn't someone they should provoke. Since he wasn't someone they should provoke, his methods weren't too excessive. As they looked at Lei Xiaoyu, who followed behind Qin Yu, everyone realized that he was trying to gain face in front of a woman. This sort of man wasn't someone they should provoke, so there was no need to say anything. The path was smooth. Qin Yu brought Lei Xiaoyu to the front of the booth. The booth owner had clearly noticed them. He swept his eyes over them, and it was unknown what he was thinking. After the customers in front of him bitterly smiled and drew back, he smiled and pointed a finger. These 2 customers, I wonder if you are interested in the treasure keeper's game? Qin Yu stepped forwards. I am interested. Choose. Seeing that this was someone who understood the rules, the booth owner swept his eyes over them and smiled. The things you bring with you are all very good. You can choose any one of them. Everyone knew that treasure keepers had the sharpest and sharpest eyesight. Several dissatisfied cultivators couldn't help but secretly rejoice. He really wasn't an ordinary person. Qin Yu glanced at him. He lifted a hand and took out a palm-sized stone from his chest. Although it seemed ordinary, it constantly emitted a faint fragrance. How about this? Heaven fragrance stone. The crowd cried out. Those that didn't recognize it all paled. Although it was called a heaven fragrance stone, the truth was that this was the egg of an ancient monster beast that had long since gone extinct. Because of some reason, the larvae had died before hatching and the egg had been buried deep in the earth. After countless years, it had evolved and was extremely rare. The stall owner's expression changed slightly. Customer, your item is too expensive. I don't have any matching reward items. Qin Yu lightly said, if you think it's too precious, then if I win, you can take a few more things. The stall owner's eyes flickered. He had originally thought that it was a fat sheep, but now he felt that something was amiss. He carefully looked at Qin Yu. Although his aura was a little vague, he was definitely not in the divine realm. Even if he had some background, so what? Although most of the treasure protectors are lone wolves, it's not like they don't have anyone to rely on to pass down their legacy. How could he not take the wealth bestowed by the heavens? With a smile on his face, the stall owner stretched out 3 fingers. I don't dare to take advantage of you. If you win, you can take 3 items at once. Deal. With a flick of his finger, the heaven incense stone fell into the hole in the round table, and the 9 wooden bowls fell to the ground. The stall owner licked the corner of his mouth. The interest calculation begins. Dear customer, please. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu raised his hand and pointed. The wooden bowl was opened, and the heaven incense stone was quietly lying inside. Everyone, including the stall owner, immediately stared at it. Coincidence? Besides this, they couldn't think of any other possibility. As for whether or not Qin Yu had seen through it with a single glance, what kind of joke was this? The treasure protectors made a living. If this was all they had, then they would have long since gone bankrupt and lost everything. The stall owner's lips twitched. He squeezed out a smile and said, Dear customer, your methods are excellent. According to the rules, you can choose now. Qin Yu casually grasped and 3 reward items flew into his hand. He turned and handed them to Lei Xiaoyu. Take them. Lei Xiaoyu cried out and hurriedly received them. As everyone saw this, they were even more certain of their previous guesses. As expected, he was trying to show off in front of a woman. The stall owner felt his heart ache but also relaxed. There were good and bad rewards. The items that Qin Yu had casually grabbed just now weren't too valuable, so he was able to reduce some of his losses. As the stall owner sighed inwardly, he suddenly heard Qin Yu say, One more time. The stall owner's eyes brightened and he smiled. Of course, as long as you are willing, the treasure protector will welcome you at any time. Dear customer, please. The heaven incense stone drilled into the hole and the wooden bowl was covered. Just as the stall owner was about to speak, his heart twitched. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Qin Yu lift his hand again. This time, his speed seemed to be a bit faster than before. It couldn't be again? Do you really think you brat can have such good luck every time? Many people sneered inwardly. But just as these sneers appeared, they turned cold. In a deathly silence, the stall owner looked at the heaven incense stone beneath the wooden bowl and beads of sweat began to form on his face. He was scared out of his wits. The first time was luck, And the second time was luck? What a joke! How could there be such a coincidence when the probability of choosing 1 out of 9 superimposed twice? Fine, even if there was such a possibility, just look at this person in front of him. From the start until now, did he seem to be trying his luck? He had encountered a ruthless person, and amongst all ruthless people, the most ruthless kind. The stall owner wiped away his sweat as he thought about everything. He even stole a glance at Lei Xiaoyu, but he had no impression of her at all. He hadn't done anything to offend anyone, so why did the boss want to mess with him? Qin Yu didn't care about the stall owner's expression. He took back the heaven incense stone and took the 3 rewards. He turned and handed them to Lei Xiaoyu, saying, "Continue." Hearing these words, the stall owner's heart nearly stopped. He bent down and revealed the most humble smile he could muster. "Dear customer, may I ask if I have offended you in any way?" Qin Yu didn't answer and instead asked, "I can't play." The stall owner's heart sank. He knew he was in deep trouble. This person was doing this on purpose. There had to be a reason. Otherwise, such a ruthless person wouldn't waste time here. His thoughts raced. The stall owner swept his eyes over the crowd. Seeing that the person he arranged had already left, he relaxed a little and prepared to delay for time. But facing Qin Yu's eyes, he opened his mouth several times but didn't dare to say anything. He felt that this handsome young man in front of him was like a monster. If he was dissatisfied with him, then his fate would be miserable. So, by the time the messenger came back, the game had gone on for another 5 rounds. The stall owner's face was deathly pale. The crowd parted and 3 people walked onto the field. The one in the center was a bearded man. His aura and eyes were calm and steady. The stall owner bitterly smiled, his voice hoarse. "Third brother," the bearded man called Third Brother swept his eyes over the shelves where the rewards were placed. He frowned and cupped his hands across his chest. "Dear customer, the little games of us treasure guards are just for everyone to have fun. If you keep taking action, isn't that a bit beneath your status?" Qin Yu gave Lei Xiaoyu a reassuring look. He handed over the items in his hands and turned around. "I am just an ordinary person with no status. Since the stall owner has accepted my items, then according to the rules of the treasure guards, as long as I don't leave on my own initiative, I have the qualifications to continue placing bet." Third Brother lightly said, "Why bother? If news of this spreads, it won't look good on the customer's face." Qin Yu ignored him. He looked at the stall owner. "Let's continue." The stall owner's legs weakened and he fell to the ground. This person was also a clever person. He had already decided that he would never do business with Qin Yu again, otherwise he would throw away all his savings today. Moreover, his current attitude was to increase the pressure on Qin Yu. With so many people watching, he had already been forced to this step. How could he continue? This trick worked on most people, but unfortunately, Qin Yu was not one of them. He grasped Lei Xiaoyu's hand and lightly said, "Is this the level of the treasure guards of Rock City? If you can't afford to play, then don't come out and set up a stall." Third Brother coldly snorted. "Dear customer, your words are too serious. What you see is only the most worthless of Rock City's treasure guards. Since the customer wants to play, I will accept this round. Would you like to continue at my stall? Of course, the items in my hands are very precious. Even if I use the heaven incense stone as a bet, I can only take 1 item with each win." The more precious the item in the treasure guard's hands, the stronger he was. He said this to put pressure on Qin Yu, hoping that he would quit while he was ahead. After all, with a single glance, he could tell that the man and woman in front of him were not people to be trifled with. It would be best if there was no conflict. Peace breeds wealth. Taking a step back, even if he won, it wouldn't be good for the reputation of the treasure guards if news of this spread out. "You guys are so good at playing, trying to swindle us ordinary cultivators of our treasures. Do you think we're stupid?" Unfortunately, Third Brother's words didn't have any effect at all. Qin Yu readily agreed. Third brother bit his cheeks and took a deep breath. Since his path of retreat had been cut off, he had to regain his face even if he had to be punished. Brat, if you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. It's been a long time since I've set up a stall. I have a rule that every customer that enters must play at least 10 rounds. Third brother's eyes revealed a cold intent. Qin Yu glanced at him. No problem. But I also have a rule. As long as you accept my bet, unless I leave on my own initiative, then the bet must continue. Third brother bared his teeth. Of course, as long as the customer is willing, I, Su-san, will accompany you to the end. Driving away the stall owner who was playing dead on the ground, third brother flicked his sleeves and the eating tool quietly fell to the ground. The table was large and red in color. The surface was smooth and thick. It was clearly an object that had been passed down for many years. Hiss! A red-level treasure table, this is going to be fun. A knowledgeable spectator sucked in a breath of cold air. There were many that knew, but there were even more that didn't. After a series of explanations, everyone looked at Qin Yu with pity in their eyes. This young man was too inexperienced. He didn't understand the principle of stopping when he was ahead. He had even kicked away the steps that had been delivered to his feet. Now he was in deep trouble. According to the rules of the treasure guards, the tables used were divided into 3 levels: yellow, blue, and red. Yellow was the lowest and red was the highest. Of the 3 colors, the richer the color, the stronger the person was. At the same time, the different colors of the table also served as a subtle reminder to the customer that it was best to act within one's capabilities and not give something away for free. From this perspective, the treasure guard industry still had a bottom line. But at this time, no one was in the mood to pay attention to this. They were all waiting to watch the fun. Red. This was enough to prove third brother's strength. To bet 10 times in a row, if he really won, then that would be a great fortune. Third brother's eyes were filled with arrogance. He stepped forward, and without any movement, the tiles on the ground rose up on their own, turning into a stone shelf. Light flashed in his hand and the 10 reward items were placed on the shelf. Hiss! Seeing these items, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no need to say anything else. As soon as these items were placed on the shelf, third brother's status in everyone's hearts became much heavier. Judging from his appearance and wealth, he was definitely one of the top few among the treasure keepers. Third brother stood across the table, his aura calm and steady. He actually had the demeanor of a great master. He gestured with his hand and said, "If the customer has no objections to the reward items, then let us begin." Qin Yu didn't think that his third brother would have such a level of skill. But this was just as well. He didn't want to waste any more time. Okay. With a nod, the heaven incense stone fell into the hole in the table. On the red table, 9 protrusions appeared at the same time, stretching into 9 large bowls. Chapter 906. Since he was already in the limelight, there was no reason for him to remain low-key. If he said he was going to destroy his job, then he had to thoroughly destroy it. Qin Yu glanced at his third brother, who had a dignified expression on his face. His eyes were calm and tranquil. He lifted his hand. "It's here. It's here. It's here again." Because of the previous commotion, even more people had been drawn over. There were more than 10 circles around the area. At this time, everyone was shouting in their hearts. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. This was the highest-ranked treasure guardian, red table, and he could see through it with a single glance? It was impossible. But now, before the riddle was revealed, no one dared to express their opinion. Qin Yu's previous actions had stunned everyone. 7 times in a row, he had won with a single finger. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Damn it! It would be difficult for him not to be shaken by this. His finger fell. Third brother swept his eyes over and clapped his hands. The wooden bowl that Qin Yu had chosen suddenly melted like liquid and was slowly returned to the table. Schwar, the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air finally stopped. Everyone maintained their previous expressions, as if they had been struck by some sort of paralysis spell. How was this possible? Almost everyone was groaning inwardly. And the one who groaned the most painfully was undoubtedly the third brother across the table. What calm aura, what grand style, everything had been torn to shreds. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. As he looked at the heaven incense stone, his expression was like he had seen a ghost. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Qin, you didn't give him any more time to be shocked. I won. According to the rules, you only need to give me one of the items on the shelf. He didn't choose anything. This wasn't because he was soft-hearted. Everyone regained their composure and subconsciously felt a cold chill shoot up from their spines and into their heads. This meant that he wouldn't stop until he was ruthless. That's right, he was ruthless. Even if what Qin you faced now was the strongest treasure guardian, Red Table. Of this, no one doubted it at all. Third brother's calm demeanor had been washed away. He glared at Qin Yu, his lips unconsciously trembling. He already knew what had happened just now. This young man in front of him, no, underneath this seemingly young skin, there was likely an old monster hiding. But that wasn't right. His appearance could be faked, but the aura of his soul couldn't be faked. This person's actual age wasn't that old. But no matter what, he had already attacked 7 times in a row, and just like before, he did not make a single mistake. If the same thing happened next, cold sweat slid down his face. Third brother took a deep breath, silently warning himself to stay calm and not panic. All these years they had seen all kinds of storms and waves. How could they capsize today? Third brother swept his eyes over Qin Yu. His cultivation was higher, so his senses were naturally clearer. This man and woman in front of him truly hadn't stepped into the divine realm. Third brother felt that he had grasped the crux of the matter. He wasn't even in the divine realm, and his life level couldn't transcend. Even if he was born with a powerful soul, there was a limit. It couldn't be too exaggerated. Even if they took a step back and this boy cultivated some incomparably powerful soul force mystic technique that gave him extraordinary sensing abilities, it still wouldn't surpass the divine realm. Even a peak-stage God-state warrior would not be able to do anything to the maroon round table that he took out today. Then, there was only a single possibility. It was a tool. The world was vast and there were always some unexpected things that existed. In the long inheritance records of the treasure guards, there were records of cultivators that relied on special treasures to wantonly obtain wealth. Of course, since there were such records, the people that did such things naturally suffered miserable fate. After all, to the treasure guards, what they did was no different from plundering. Third brother suspected that this young man and woman in front of him had such a treasure on them. It was just that these two people clearly had extraordinary statuses. If this matter was exposed, there would surely be a storm if it wasn't handled well. After hesitating for only a moment, third brother clenched his teeth. He didn't care anymore. In today's situation, there was simply no way to retreat. Could he just watch on helplessly as these two people swept away all the treasures? Just thinking about the consequences caused third brother's entire body to turn cold. Taking a deep breath, third brother lifted a hand and pressed down. Guest, please wait a moment. The bet between us will not change, but I will need to pause for a moment. I ask that you two cooperate with me and do a simple examination. With these words, the atmosphere changed once more. Several treasure guards that rushed over after hearing the news revealed ill intent in their eyes. The densely packed crowd also let out a series of low exclamations. It seemed that the treasure guard's examination was indeed like this. When they suspected that a guest had used some method to break the rules, they would pause the bet and conduct an examination. However, it was said that this examination only appeared in very high-level treasure guards' gambling games. No one present had ever seen it with their own eyes. Some people's eyes began to change. No matter how they looked at it, It was impossible for two young people with ordinary auras to possess the terrifying abilities that he had displayed. If they really used some method to break the rules in the treasure guards game, that would be a great show. Before it even began, many people seemed to have already guessed the result in their hearts. Their eyes became increasingly excited. Some people even began to call their friends. With such a lively scene today, they absolutely couldn't miss it. In the past, things like night markets were rarely allowed to be opened. After all, it was easy to cause trouble when people were mixed together. But for some unknown reason, the lords of the city suddenly relaxed their stance. The previously suppressed application for the night market was miraculously approved. Along with the notice of the opening of the night market, there was also a written notice to strengthen the defenses, requesting them to send more people to ensure that the night market would not be in trouble. They also requested them to start screening in secret to remove as many unstable factors as possible in the night market. These two simple notices made the city guards flustered. Many members who were on vacation were urgently summoned back overnight. Everyone lamented. No matter how much they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out what the lords were thinking. It was just a night market. How much trouble could it cause? Could it turn the sky upside down in Pengcheng City? Why were they so anxious and concerned about it? As one of the vice-generals of the city guards, Zhu Yuwen knew the reason. Because he had a very capable father, Zhu Tianda, who held an important position under the city lord and was in charge of almost 1/3 of the garrison outside the city. After receiving his father's vague notice, Zhu Yuwen, who had been angry for a long time, knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. So, he activated the arrangements he had made a long time ago. He spent a great deal of energy and connections to make the appropriate arrangements, and now he was just waiting for Lei Xiaoyu to deliver herself to his doorstep. In order to avoid her suspicions, he arranged things several days after the opening of the night market. Originally, everything was going smoothly. He was just waiting for Lei Xiaoyu to lose the puppet, and then he would appear like a hero and help her recover what she had lost. Then, everything went according to plan. As long as Lei Xiaoyu developed a favorable impression of him, Zhu Yuwen had absolute confidence that he would be able to move her heart and finally win her heart. But who knew that something would go wrong at the last step? A little beggar who had popped out of nowhere had ruined his good plan. Not long after, he learned that this boy's name was Qin Yu. In that moment, Zhu Yuwen really had the impulse to tear him to shreds. This was because he wasn't unfamiliar with this name at all, and he had been annoyed by it for several months. Luckily, Zhu Yuwen had always been cautious in his actions. He liked to leave a few things behind for himself. So, when this problem occurred, the city guards that had been keeping watch in the dark immediately moved out and took away the treasure keeper. As long as the puppet was still in his hands, he still had a chance. But Zhu Yuwen was sure that the most urgent matter right now was not to continue attacking, but to drive Qin Yu away from Lei Xiaoyu. This person was far too great a threat. He absolutely could not be allowed to live. There was another disturbance in the night market, and the entire street was blocked off. The city guards had to be dispatched to maintain order. Zhu Yuwen cursed inwardly, but he had no choice but to temporarily put aside his thoughts of plotting against Qin Yu. He hurried over with some people. This was because he was well aware that the order to maintain order in the night market, and even the reason why it was allowed to open, all came from the will of the city lord. There couldn't be the slightest mistake. Zhu Yuwen arrived. There were many people in front of him, surrounding him like a beehive. He could faintly hear some people talking. This seemed to be a treasure keeper's stall. As Zhu Yuwen heard this name, his complexion darkened. They were all trash. A boy who came out of nowhere had actually seen through their trap. If he had known this would happen, he would have used a different method. Move. Disperse these people. The city guards began to move, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Zhu Yuwen, who was riding a large horse, was deep in thought as his eyes wandered around. Suddenly, his expression froze as he stared at the center of the crowd. At this moment, several subordinates that were following him discovered that Zhu Yuan's hair was standing on end. What had happened? To think that the vice-domain chief would lose his composure like this. When they looked over, their expressions immediately changed. They quickly lowered their heads and pretended not to know anything. They all knew that the vice-domain chief was determined to win over the city lord's mansion's young miss. Today, he actually saw her being so intimate with a man. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. Zhu Yuan took a deep breath. He clenched his teeth and said, "Go and find out what happened here." Soon, a subordinate returned and briefly explained what had happened. "Investigate." Zhu Yuan's eyes brightened. He urged his horse forward. "To think that such a vile thing would happen in the night market under my jurisdiction. As the vice-domain chief of the city guards, I will be a witness." His voice wasn't soft, and it attracted the gazes of those around him. They all retreated with awe. To them, the vice-domain chief of the city guards was an extraordinary figure. Third brother was preparing. When he heard this, his eyes brightened. "Ha ha, so it is vice-domain chief Zhu. With your status, there is no one better than you to be a witness." Zhu Yuan nodded, not speaking much to him. He was only a treasure keeper. Even if he had some status, he didn't care much about him. His eyes turned around, pausing on Lei Xiaoyu for a moment before falling on Qin Yu. Chapter 907. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Zhu Yuan's appearance was quite good. Now that he was riding his horse in such an impassioned manner, he was truly heroic and heroic. Many of the surrounding female cultivators' eyes shined and they clutched their hearts. Lei Xiaoyu's complexion changed. But soon, she made a decision. For the first time, she reached out a hand and quietly grasped Qin Yu's palm. This was to tell him that he didn't need to be afraid. No matter what happened today, she would ensure his safety. As the beloved daughter of the city lord, although she didn't like to use her status to suppress others, if she did, who would dare to say a single word? Seeing this, Zhu Yuan's expression didn't change. Killing intent rose from his chest, and he swept his eyes over Qin Yu's face. The coldness in his eyes could freeze the soul. He had already made his decision. Once he determined that this person was cheating in the bet, he would immediately kill Qin Yu. Even if Lei Xiaoyu loathed him, he wouldn't hesitate. If she loathed him, there might be a chance to resolve it, but if he didn't do anything, there really wouldn't be a chance. "Let's begin." Third brother coldly glared at Qin Yu. Then, he placed his hands on the date-red table. With a humming sound, the large bowl on the table began to rapidly melt. Like water flowing into a hole in the center, a crimson bead the size of half a man's fist slowly rose up. "Ancestor, please open your eyes." With a loud shout, third brother pointed at Qin Yu. The crimson bead flew over and slowly revolved around him. 1 revolution, 2 revolutions, 3 revolutions. Lei Xiaoyu nervously clenched her fists, her palms slightly damp. Qin Yu turned to look at her, a faint smile on his lips. His heart was calm, truly calm. There wasn't even the slightest bit of nervousness. In the endless river of time, after trillions of proud children of heaven perished, an undying true spirit would automatically condense and form a jade embryo egg. In itself, it seized the good fortune of the heavens and earth. To a certain degree, it was an existence that transcended worldly things. Even the little blue lamp placed an incomparably high value on it and was willing to pay any price to help Qin Yu fuse with it. Could the Treasure Guardian's detection technique discover it? Sorry, it wasn't that he was looking down on others, but that it was absolutely impossible. Not even the slightest bit. The crimson bead that revolved around Qin Yu didn't respond. The anticipation in everyone's eyes gradually turned to doubt, confusion, and even awe. Su San was dripping with sweat. Although his cultivation was lacking, it shouldn't be a problem for him to stimulate the detection bead's power. Why was there no reaction? Could it be that the lad's concealment ability was extraordinary, Or was there another possibility? Su San dared not think about it. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that he had stopped the bet and activated the examination was already a huge offense to the other party. Shake hands and make peace? Pooh! You want to take someone's life and there's still such a good thing? If this person really had no problems, just thinking about the consequences made Su San shudder. No, it couldn't be. He was so young and had yet to reach the immortal realm. It was impossible for him to possess such a terrifying sensing ability. He must have hidden it too well. Yes, that must be it. Zhu Yuan's complexion didn't change, but the pressure in his heart became increasingly heavy. He didn't want Qin Yu to stay by Lei Xiaoyu's side, not even for a second. Su San, is there a problem? This group of treasure keepers, from top to bottom, were all trash. Su San broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly said, right away. I haven't fully activated the detection treasure's power yet. Of course, this was a lie. He was already going all out. No, he was currently in an overloaded state. Ancestor, you really are an ancestor. Please open your eyes, please open your eyes. After persisting for another moment, Su San's face suddenly paled and then flushed red. Then, in the next second, all the blood drained from his face, revealing a miserable blue hue. This happened one after another, as if he were performing a magic trick. Seeing this, everyone sighed in amazement. As Su San spat out a mouthful of blood, he fell backwards. The entire courtyard fell silent. Like this, even if no one said anything, everyone knew the result. This black-robed little brother hadn't used any methods at all. From start to finish, everyone relied on their own abilities. It was Su San, this fierce-looking treasure keeper, who had gone crazy for no reason at all, who had dug a hole for himself. These people had completely forgotten that just a moment ago, many of them had similar thoughts as Su San. Thus, it could be said that the masses were truly forgetful sometimes. Could be 3 days to 5 days, or it could be 3 seconds to 5 seconds. What was important wasn't the time, but how the situation changed and whether or not it conflicted with their attitude. I am a member of the masses, that's just how cool I am. Before the exasperated Zhu Yuan could find a chance to erupt, the crowd parted once more. This time, there were dozens of people. The one being crowded around was also a bearded man. But, this person was clearly much taller than Su San. Not only was this because he had used his beard to braid his hair into a beautiful braid, but it was also because of his aura. He was as immovable as a mountain, truly the style of a great master. Just by coming here to fight, he gave off a feeling that he could shock the crowd. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Su San's face was filled with shame and embarrassment. He struggled to stand up and bow. Teacher, this disciple has lost face for you. The bearded old man's name was Jin Shui. He was one of the top figures in the trade of treasure guards. His methods and bearing were not something Su San could compare to. He glanced at him and said, since you know you've lost face, then don't speak anymore. Su San relaxed instead. He knew his teacher's temperament. The more bluntly he spoke, the smaller the matter would be. If he smiled and comforted him again and again, that would be nothing more than a show for outsiders to see. Even if he didn't die, he would still have to shed several layers of skin. Jin Shui didn't bother with Su San anymore. He cupped his hands together and smiled. Guest, how do you do? My disappointing disciple has really made a joke of himself in front of you. I know that you must be feeling a bit impatient right now. You must be wondering just what is going on. Did you poke a hornet's nest? You hit the young one and now the old one is coming. It's so tiresome. His words were humorous and his demeanor made it easy for him to stir up emotions. The tension in the crowd immediately dissipated and many people began to chuckle. Jin Shui paused for a moment. He continued to say, now, I will tell you in a very responsible manner that you can put your worries aside. I am the most experienced treasure keeper in Rock City. There won't be anyone else that will jump out later. Qin Yu looked at him several times. In other words, I will have to pass the final hurdle? Jin Shui calmly smiled. You can't say that. Guest, you might think that this old man's competitive spirit has been aroused, or perhaps you don't want an old friend like me to lose without knowing why. He patted the red round table, and the probing bead howled back into the round hole. How about this? Guest, let's make another bet. Whether you win or lose, it doesn't count. Just consider it a game. Qin Yu thought for a moment and nodded. All right. With a flick of his finger, the heaven incense stone fell into the round hole and 9 red bowls appeared. Although everything looked exactly the same as when Su-san was controlling it, the feeling it gave off was different, but it was hard to say just what the difference was. Indeed, everyone was everyone. Moreover, everyone understood that the red round table was Jin Shui's and that Su-san was nothing more than a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Pitiful Su-san. From someone who seemed fierce at the start, he was now labeled as a fox exploiting the tiger's might. This was reality. The victor enjoyed all the flowers and glory, and the loser was trampled into the endless abyss, step after step. Jin Shui reached out a hand and stroked the round table. His expression was warm and gentle. Old friend, are you ready? He waited for a moment and then stood up. His smile vanished and the true demeanor of a great master rushed forth. He reached out a hand half a foot and lightly said, Guest, please. Qin Yu lifted a finger. That's right, he raised his hand just like that, without any hesitation, and then tapped down. It was no different from the previous 8 times. It was like no matter who was standing in front of him, it was all the same to him. Jin Shui's complexion was a bit strange. He looked at Qin Yu and then at the round table in front of him. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, Guest, I wonder if we can talk? Qin Yu had been waiting for these words. Some people liked him and some didn't. He was the latter, at least today. He immediately nodded. All right. Then, the momentum of this exchange wasn't small and it attracted a great storm. But as they spoke, the two sides left together. Many people were dissatisfied. They had reached the climax, so what was the meaning of this sudden stop? And the most dissatisfied was Zhu Yuan. He wished he could choke Qin Yu to death on the spot, so how could he watch him leave? However, Jin Shui was not Su-san. Although he was only a guardian, he was one of the most powerful ones among the guardians. Even Zhu Yuan didn't dare to provoke him after some hesitation. To the west of Rock City, there was an ordinary courtyard. After stepping in, one would find out that there was a cave abode within. This was Jin Shui's residence, and also the place with the highest authority within Rock City's guardian team. Jin Shui glanced at the calm Qin Yu who followed him in. Then, he glanced at the darkness behind him and finally suppressed the last thoughts in his heart. The guest and host sat down. Jin Shui smiled and picked up a teacup. The tea leaves have no name, but the quality is absolutely top-notch. Normally, I wouldn't be willing to drink it. 2 guests, please have a taste. Qin Yu lightly said, I'm sorry, but time is tight. Let's talk business. Jin Shui wasn't angry. He took a sip and put down the teacup. He reached out a hand and said, Guest, if you have any requests, please speak. In this world, there was no such thing as love or hate without reason. Everything had a reason. Qin Yu went straight to the point. In the night market today, a guardian was taken away by the city guards for investigation. He disappeared midway and I need something in his hands. As for the specifics, Mr. Jin Shui can verify it yourself. I believe this shouldn't be difficult for you. Jin Shui smiled. No problem. He clapped his hand. Go. Find the boy that guest mentioned and bring him to me. The sound of footsteps outside faded away. Jin Shui had a deep look in his eyes. Guest, do you have any other requests? Qin Yu picked up a teacup. Only this one. Jin Shui laughed. Good. From this day forth, Guest is a friend of our guardian team. He took out a dusty wooden tablet that looked very unremarkable. This is the token of the guardian. In the future, you can use this to obtain some information from us, and you can also get help within a reasonable range. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you, Mr. Jin Shui. At this point, both sides had reached a compromise. Moments later, the silent stall owner who had been taken away by the city guards was brought into the hall with a pale face. After another moment, Jin Shui personally saw Qin Yu and Lei Xiaoyu off. Both sides chatted happily. Watching the two leave, the man who had been standing behind Jin Shui from the start, like a shadow, finally spoke up in a hoarse voice. He chose. Jin Shui understood his meaning. He shook his head. I don't know, but I can't gamble. You did the right thing. The man closed his eyes and ended the conversation. Jin Shui narrowed his eyes. He looked in the direction the two left in. If it weren't for the city lord mansion's miss being present, he really would have wanted to keep Qin Yu here and figure out what secrets this junior had. But subconsciously, there was a feeling of danger lingering in his heart. It was like once he took action, there would be great trouble. Chapter 908. Lei Xiaoyu carefully looked at them for a moment. Then, she wrapped them up in velvet and put away the two puppets. She happily said, Big brother Qin Yu, thank you so much for today. Qin Yu looked at her and smiled. There's no need to thank me. Just consider it a little compensation for making you search for me for so long. Lei Xiaoyu blushed. Why did Qin Yu mention this? It was a little embarrassing. As her fingers were intertwining, Qin Yu suddenly called out to her. Ah, what is it, big brother Qin? Qin Yu said, Xiaoyu, I hope that your future life will be as happy as it is now. Without waiting for Lei Xiaoyu to respond, he turned and faced the darkness. I'm leaving. Send her home. After a brief silence, two figures emerged from the darkness. Their bodies were wrapped in black robes, as if they had melted into the night. At this time, the black-robed figures looked at Qin Yu with shock in their eyes. This brat had already discovered them. Lei Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Big brother Qin. Qin Yu waved his hand and walked away. When Chao Yaozong first invited him and he agreed, he had already made up his mind. Now, he had finally decided. The reason he didn't save Lei Xiaoyu was because the price was too great and Qin Yu couldn't afford it. Although there were great waves in his heart, he could still calmly face them. But if he wanted to borrow Lei Xiaoyu's favorable impression to continue using her, this touched Qin Yu's bottom line. He thought he could do it, but he discovered that he had overestimated himself. Since he couldn't do it, he might as well leave and look for other solutions. This was because every day was precious to him. Big brother Qin, wait! With the sound of footsteps, Lei Xiaoyu caught up. Her face flushed red. You want to leave Rock City? Qin Yu said, all good things must come to an end in this world. Moreover, I am only an ordinary guest of Rock City. Lei Xiaoyu bit her lips. She suddenly panicked. Once Qin Yu left, she would never see him again. Big brother Qin, am I your friend? Qin Yu was surprised. He nodded. Of course. Then shouldn't friends help each other? Lei Xiaoyu continued to ask. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. What do you want to say? Lei Xiaoyu said, I know. There must be a reason why you appeared on your own initiative. She continued, Big brother Qin, if there is anything you need my help with, please tell me. With just a few words, Qin Yu knew that this was a smart girl. Meeting her eyes, Qin Yu thought for a moment. If he said he didn't, then he would be deceiving himself and insulting her intelligence. There were some problems at first, but now I've thought of a better solution. Lei Xiaoyu shook her head. Big brother Qin, you're not telling the truth. She seemed to have thought of something. After a moment of silence, she said, Big brother Qin, you are truly a good person. I know you don't want to use me, but if you are willing to stay, I will be very, very happy. The happiness you bring me is the best reward for me. Of course, if Big brother Qin feels that this reason isn't enough, then I'll add another one. Perhaps I can think of a way to make you fall in love with me while you're here. Lei Qianjun closed his eyes and asked softly, Did Xiao Yu really say that? The butler nodded. Yes. I understand. Lei Qianjun tapped his fingers on the armrest and continued, Tomorrow, bring him to the study. I want to see with my own eyes just how capable this boy that can move my daughter's heart is. The butler said, In addition, I've already investigated the matter you asked me to investigate. The one who arranged this was Zhu Tianda's second son, Zhu Yuan. Lei Qianjun coldly sneered. Humph, not only are there many tigers and wolves in my rock city, but there are also many smart people at home. Go remind Zhu Tianda and have him think about what he should do. There must be a result within 3 days. As for the other little fellows that participated in this matter, all of them should go behind closed doors and reflect on their mistake. In the future, without permission, don't come to the city lord's mansion again. The butler hesitated. Master, because of her health, the young miss hasn't had many friends these years. If you do this, I'm afraid she will be sad. Lei Qianjun said, Xiao Yu's friends have never considered her feelings. The butler said, The young miss is very smart. Even if she was involved at the time, she should understand by now. It's best to let her choose what to do. The butler, who had always been cautious with his words and actions, had said enough today. Lei Qianjun glanced at him, his eyes faint. You've sensed it? The butler bowed even lower. Yes. There was a moment of silence. Lei Qianjun waved his hand. The butler took several steps back and respectfully left. After leaving the study, the butler habitually looked up at the sky and slowly let out a breath. Qin Yu's first night at the city lord's mansion was spent peacefully cultivating. After considering it over and over again, he finally agreed to Lei Xiaoyu's request. Although she had made it clear that she hoped Qin Yu would stay and that she had given him enough face and a way out, Qin Yu's heart was filled with even more emotions. Every time he faced Lei Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but think that this girl only had less than 3 years left to live. There was a knock on the door. Qin Yu restrained his emotions and opened the door. A maid bowed. Sir Qin, the city lord requests your presence. The butler was waiting outside the study. He waved his hand for the maid to leave. He glanced around and said, Qin Yu, the city lord is currently handling some matters. You can wait in the side hall. Qin Yu nodded. He turned and entered the side hall, choosing a seat to sit down. The massive rock city governed a territory of hundreds of thousands of miles. There were countless matters that needed to be handled every day. There were many people waiting in the side hall. When Qin Yu arrived, many eyes gathered on him. There were many curious people and even more picky people. But whether they were curious or picky, there was a bit of coldness in their eyes. This was the boy who was able to move into the city lord's mansion because the young miss liked him? Those in high positions had no secret. Last night, Lei Xiaoyu had brought Qin Yu back to the mansion. In a single night, this news had spread to everyone with the qualifications to know. And those that could come to this side hall and wait to be summoned by the city lord naturally had the qualifications to do so. Qin Yu had a calm expression. His eyes drooped down, blocking out all gazes. His heart was calm and tranquil. This performance left many people secretly surprised. They immediately felt a bit of appreciation, but most of them sneered inwardly. But no matter how they thought about it, no one would express their stance in this place. They all coldly watched from the sidelines. People walked in and out of the side hall. As others were observing Qin Yu, he was also observing them. Time slowly passed. Soon, the sun reached its zenith. During these 4 hours, Qin Yu finally experienced just what sort of status the city lord of Rock City had. In this side hall, there were people who were brimming with confidence, their eyes filled with disdain. There were people who were wild and unruly, their auras tumbling around them. There were also people who were silent, but their killing intent was startling. But no matter who it was, when they received an audience, they all stood up and straightened their robes. At the same time, they restrained all of their auras and displayed their most docile and respectful attitude. This was authority, unsurpassed authority, to cause chaos with a flip of one's hand. Finally, the last cultivator in the side hall respectfully left. Qin Yu waited for a moment before the steward appeared at the door. "Qin Yu, the city lord wishes to see you." He put down his teacup and followed behind the steward. They passed through a beautiful garden and arrived outside the study. The steward reached out and pushed open the door. He signaled with his eyes and Qin Yu stepped in. As he looked around, he saw Lei Qianjun sitting behind a desk, his eyes closed in meditation. Strictly speaking, this was the second time the two of them had met. But the last time they met at Object Beyond Mountain, Lei Qianjun had been shaken by Qin Yu's aura and had restrained all of his sharp claws and teeth. Today, they met again in a different identity and in Lei Qianjun's study. Lei Qianjun's calm and unrestrained aura was like a towering mountain that pierced through the heavens, towering between the heavens and earth, suppressing the world in all directions. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu bowed. "Greetings, City Lord Lei. You are Qin Yu?" "Yes. Xiaoyu has already told me about the matter. She wants to borrow the soul-forging array formation." "How bold of you! Do you know the costs of activating the array formation?" Qin Yu said. "This junior can pay for it." Lei Qianjun lightly said, "If it weren't for Xiaoyu speaking up, you wouldn't have the qualifications to stand here, much less make a deal with me." Qin Yu frowned. He cupped his hands together. "I ask City Lord to explain." Lei Qianjun opened his eyes. "You are smart. You know that if I refuse, I won't give you the chance to enter." He lifted a hand and lifted a finger. "There is one more thing. If you agree to marry Xiaoyu and become my Rock City's son-in-law, you can use the soul-forging array formation." Qin Yu didn't hesitate. He shook his head. "City Lord, I am already married and have a harmonious relationship with my Dao companion. Forgive me for not being able to comply." Lei Qianjun coldly sneered. "Us cultivators don't need to be bothered by trifles. As long as two people are in love with each other, what does it matter if I have 3 or 4 wives? Or are you saying that you look down on my daughter?" Qin Yu said, "Xiaoyu is a good girl. I feel honored to have obtained her favor. But if I really agree and use this in exchange for using the soul-forging array formation, that would be the greatest blasphemy against her." Lei Qianjun leaned forward, a boundless pressure rushing towards him. "Qin Yu, are you sure you want to refuse my only request?" The air nearly froze. The motionless Lei Qianjun gave off the feeling that he was a cruel and ruthless beast, one that could descend at any moment to slaughter everything. Qin Yu was like a rock in a stormy sea. Pressure swept towards him from all directions, constantly impacting his mind. Sweat gushed out, soon soaking his back. But his back remained straight and he maintained his initial silence. "Father!" With a loud shout, a small door on the side of the desk was pushed open. The terrifying aura that filled the space instantly vanished. It was as if everything just now had been an illusion. Lei Xiaoyu's face flushed red. She loudly said, "How could you treat Big Brother Qin like this? That's not what we agreed on." Lei Qianjun had a helpless expression. "You are my precious daughter. I was afraid that you would suffer a loss, so I had to properly test you. This boy's character seems barely passable." Lei Xiaoyu stomped her feet in anger. She hatefully said, "Then are you done testing now?" Lei Qianjun chuckled and nodded. Lei Xiaoyu grabbed onto Qin Yu. "Big Brother Qin, let's go." Qin Yu took 2 steps and stopped, indicating for Lei Xiaoyu to stop. He turned and cupped his hands together. "City Lord, rest assured. I am grateful that I was able to use the soul-forging array formation today. If possible in the future, I will certainly repay you." Lei Qianjun waved his hand, not saying anything. Chapter 909. "What do you think of this boy?" the steward said, very calm and imposing. Lei Qianjun pointed at him. "You're not speaking the truth. This boy is very proud, but more than pride, he is confident." He smiled. "It's been many years since I've seen such an interesting boy. He was able to maintain his composure even under my pressure. Do you know what I felt from him at that moment? Calm. Although he looks like he's in a sorry state and his face is pale, there is no fear in the depths of his heart. It's as if he could escape unscathed even if I were to attack him. This boy is interesting. The steward knew that the city lord admired Qin Yu after saying that he was interesting twice. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Then what about the matter you mentioned just now?" Lei Qianjun shook his head. "This boy has a backbone. Since I wasn't able to force him to bow his head today, I won't mention it again. Otherwise, he will definitely leave. I don't want Xiaoyu to be sad, so I'll let him be." The steward said, "The eldest young master also applied to use the spirit casting array some time ago, but you refused because the time wasn't right. I'm afraid the eldest young master will have other thoughts." Lei Qianjun lightly said, "He is my son. It's fine if he has other thoughts, but before I die, he'd better endure it." The steward nodded. "I understand." He sighed inwardly. The eldest young master's talent and temperament were above average, but it was a pity that he was born in the family of the city lord. This was another test. After obtaining Lei Qianjuan's approval, the process of Qin Yu borrowing the soul-forging array formation was extremely smooth. What was even smoother was that this incomparably precious array formation, which Xiang Shui had described as a shocking expense, was actually constructed in Lei Xiaoyu's residence. No matter how one looked at it, this array formation was prepared for Lei Xiaoyu alone. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Qin Yu followed behind Lei Xiaoyu and saw her easily open all sorts of restrictions. When they arrived outside the spirit casting array and opened it, Qin Yu was certain. Lei Qianjun truly doted on this daughter of his to the extreme. "Big brother Qin, no disturbances are allowed during the use of the spirit casting array. This jade slip contains all the control methods and seals for entering and exiting this place. Remember to memorize the technique and keep the jade slip safe. Remember not to lose it." After giving a few more instructions, Lei Xiaoyu left with a smile. Looking at her back, Qin Yu sighed inwardly. This was indeed an exceptionally intelligent girl. He took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. He probed the jade slip with his divine sense and took it back a moment later. He placed the jade slip in his chest pocket and stepped into the soul-forging array formation. On the ground, diamond-shaped dots of light lit up. Apart from these, there was nothing unusual. However, only after stepping into it did one understand the mysteries of this array formation. As he moved through it, the air was like a surging underground river, and countless torrents shook about wantonly. Every single step he took had to be careful and landed at the right place, otherwise he would be directly squeezed out, and even if he was a god-realm cultivator, he would suffer heavy injuries. According to the records in the jade slip, after walking for a while, Qin Yu finally stepped into the core of the array formation. All of the shaking strength immediately dissipated. Sitting down cross-legged, Xiao Chen could immediately sense strands of weak energy being drawn out of the void by the soul-forging formation and merging into his body. This strength. A trace of surprise appeared in Qin Yu's mind. But before he could think too much about it, the sun and moon force field in his soul space suddenly began to ripple. Although it wasn't violent, it was like a handful of sand being thrown into a lake. But the changes occurred in these seemingly ordinary and minute fluctuations. They were like holes that were suddenly opened up, connecting to an unknown land. Then, a powerful suction force was released from these holes, causing the soul-casting array to tremble even more intensely. The edge of the space was like a mirror instantly filled with countless cracks. Then, pieces fell off, tumbling and disappearing, leaving behind only a pitch-black void. From this nothingness, a massive amount of strange strength surged out. Compared to before, the amount had increased by at least 10 times. Qin Yu didn't need to absorb it. As the sun and moon force field revolved, all of this strange strength was pulled in and directly fused into Qin Yu's body. At this moment, it wasn't just his soul. Every inch of Qin Yu's flesh and blood, every inch of his bones, was instinctively cheering in excitement. They were constantly becoming stronger. Although the extent was small, this sort of continuous and clear improvement was already an unimaginable miracle. Qin Yu didn't know why the soul-forging array formation was able to resonate with the sun and moon force field, but this was clearly better for him. After sensing it for a moment and determining that this sort of resonance wouldn't affect the soul-forging array formation, Qin Yu closed his eyes and absorbed it with all his might. The soul-forging array formation consumed an astonishing amount of energy. This wasn't just empty talk. Even with the background of the City Lord Mansion, it had taken them nearly 5 years to construct this array formation. Afterwards, in order to ensure that the soul-forging array formation could be smoothly used, Lei Qianjun ordered the formation of a special maintenance team. 3 array formation grandmasters and 27 auxiliary cultivators, for a total of 30 people, were responsible for the soul-forging array formation. When Qin Yu obtained Lei Qianjun's permission and obtained the qualifications to use the soul-forging array formation, the 30-person team had already prepared ahead of time and filled in all the materials they needed. Today, according to the reports, Lei Xiaoyu had brought Qin Yu to the location of the array formation. After a moment, the array formation opened and all the materials were used up. At the start everything was normal, but after a short period of time, the 4 auxiliary cultivators responsible for observing and recording the array formation's data couldn't help but widen their eyes, inexplicably shocked. "Continue recording, I will go report to the Grandmaster." One of them turned and wildly ran away. Soon, the 3 cultivating Grandmasters gathered in front of a screen of light that projected data. As they looked at the array formation's energy reserves that were rapidly decreasing, they all had dignified expressions. "Immediately fill in the materials and maintain the array formation's normal operation. Start the self-inspection. See if there are any accidents with the array formation. Start the backup energy reserves to prevent the array formation from being damaged due to insufficient supply." The 30-person team began to operate at full speed. An hour later, as the 3 Grandmasters looked at the reports in their hands, they frowned. They looked at each other in dismay, all of them speechless. Everything was normal. That's right, this was the final conclusion. Worried that their subordinates weren't meticulous enough, the 3 Grandmasters personally inspected the array formation twice, and the results were the same. "Ha, fellow Taoists, come with me to see the City Lord," a Grandmaster said with a sigh. In the years since the spirit casting array was completed, the City Lord's mansion had always treated them well. Fortunately, the array formation had always operated smoothly, so the 3 Grandmasters had a clear conscience. But today, the array formation had a problem for the first time, and they couldn't find a way to solve it. Although the results of the inspection had nothing to do with the array formation itself, this matter wasn't pleasant to the ears. If word got out, they would probably become a laughingstock. It was impossible to hide it. Once the spirit casting array was activated, the consumption was already astonishing. Now that it had increased by more than 3 times, it would burn up an unimaginable amount of wealth every hour. Lei Xiaoyu, who knew that something was wrong with the spirit casting array, didn't know what the problem was. Before the 3 Grandmasters arrived, she found Lei Qianjun and begged him to take care of this matter. Looking at his beloved daughter's nervous expression, Lei Qianjun, who felt sour in his heart, readily agreed, telling her not to worry about anything. When the 3 Grandmasters arrived and roughly explained the situation, Lei Xiaoyu let out a long breath and hurriedly asked, "Grandmasters, it's just that the consumption has increased. There's nothing wrong with the array itself, right?" One of the Grandmasters said, "Yes, Mississippi. According to our inspection, the array formation is operating normally." That's good, that's good." Lei Xiaoyu was overjoyed. Lei Qianjun grinned. Although he had a large business, there was no reason for him to give it to an outsider for free, let alone 3 times the consumption. This last, another Grandmaster pondered for a moment and said, City Lord, according to our calculations, there should be some unknown changes in the environment outside, causing the spirit casting array to operate and the consumption of energy to skyrocket. This should be a coincidental situation. If we temporarily shut down the array and wait for a period of time before activating it again, we should be able to avoid unnecessary losses. Lei Xiaoyu didn't want to be too obvious in front of outsiders, so she hurriedly widened her eyes and looked over. Lei Qianjun coughed lightly, there's no need. How can I go back on my word? It's just a little more consumption. You can go now. I will give you new instructions and give you enough authority to allocate energy to ensure the consumption. Yes, City Lord. The 3 Grandmasters stood up and excused themselves. Lei Xiaoyu ran over and stood behind Lei Qianjun, rubbing and pinching him with an affectionate expression. Father, you're so cool. I love you so much. Lei Qianjun coldly snorted. I can't see what's so good about this stinky brat that he's worth you treating him like this. Father, Lei Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose. Just think of it as doing this for me. All right, I won't talk to you any longer. I'm going back to cultivate. She turned and ran away happily. The steward said in a soft voice, After Qin Yu entered the spirit casting array, the miss has been waiting outside. Lei Qianjun closed his eyes. I understand. The sounds of smashing and smashing continued in the room for a long time. The maids and guards outside lowered their heads, wishing they could break their necks for fear that they would be angered. During this period of time, the eldest young master had been in a bad mood. But today it was especially bad. Lei Jinyun's foot had smashed apart the gold cloud wood. He gasped for breath, nearly destroying the entire room. The anger in his heart burned brighter and brighter, his eyes faintly turning red. With a creaking sound, the door opened. Lei Jinyun turned and roared, Who let you in? Get the hell out of here! The footsteps paused for a moment. Then, a calm voice sounded out, Issue a gag order. If anyone dares to leak what happened today, they will not be forgiven. In addition, immediately send someone to clean up this place and restore it to its original state. After the order was given, a dignified man in his 50s, an Taiping, walked in. He cupped his hands together and said, Greetings, eldest young master. Lei Jinyun took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. I didn't know it was teacher. This student didn't mean to offend you. I ask teacher to forgive me. An Taiping was a famous scholar of Rock City. He came from a great family that had been passed down through generations. Lei Qianjun had personally visited him several times to invite him to be his teacher. His status was extremely high. Chapter 9-10. Lei Jinyun's complexion changed. He bitterly smiled. Teacher is right. This disciple understands. I was just feeling vexed and couldn't vent it. An Taiping sighed inwardly. Sometimes, he could understand Lei Jinyun's actions. It was because the city lord's actions were too profound and difficult to grasp. As the eldest son of the first wife, Lei Jinyun's performance in all aspects was satisfactory. No matter how he looked at it, Lei Jinyun was the best candidate to inherit the throne in the future. Yet, he was forced into a dilemma by a little girl. These past years, he had repeatedly made mistakes. Although it was rare for a woman to inherit the throne, it wasn't unprecedented. And the city lord's love for Lei Xiaoyu far surpassed imagination. One couldn't help but wonder. Eldest young master, you should remember that your status is precious and you are the focus of everyone's attention. Your every action will be infinitely magnified and become evidence of the outside world's scrutiny. As long as you do your best, your future will be bright. After all, it is difficult for a mere woman to obtain the approval of everyone. Moreover, eldest young master has chosen an excellent marriage. Your wife's family will help you and they will not allow eldest young master's status to be challenged. Within Taiping's status and identity, he would always leave some leeway when expressing his stance. Today was the first time he had analyzed the situation so bluntly. Lei Jinyun revealed a grateful expression. Teacher, I understand. This disciple will be careful and will not disappoint you. And Taiping shook his head. What eldest young master needs is not to disappoint me, but to live up to the status and identity the heavens have bestowed upon you. As long as you don't make any mistakes, the throne will surely belong to you in the future. An hour later, Taiping bid his farewells and left. Lei Jinyun's tumbling heart finally calmed down a little. But every time he thought about how his father had agreed to let an outsider use the soul-forging array formation, his heart couldn't help but twitch. He was also his own son, and the eldest son of the first wife. How could he not compare to a concubine woman? He couldn't even compare to that wild man she had found somewhere. Lei Jinyun couldn't understand. After finishing dinner and returning to his chambers, Lei Jinyun dismissed the maids. Then, he pulled on his wife and walked towards the bed without a word. A burst of nonsense. It was as if his conservative and reserved wife knew that he had a fiery temper. Lei Jinyun was greatly satisfied with her cooperation. After a long time, the clouds dispersed. Lei Jinyun caressed the woman in his arms and said in a low voice, "Thank you." His wife leaned against his chest. She changed her position and shook her head. "Since I married you, I'm yours." After a pause, his wife said softly, "I know you are angry, but we cannot go against father's will." Lei Jinyun said in a muffled voice, "I understand." "You don't understand." His wife propped herself up, exposing her upper body. The spirit-casting array belongs to the Lei family. Apart from direct descendants, anyone who wants to enter will need to use a jade slip. We cannot go against father's will, but if Qin Yu makes a mistake, then we have a chance to express our stance. Lei Jinyun frowned. "What are you trying to say?" His wife replied calmly, "The Shi family is on good terms with the Wu family of Black Marsh. A few days ago, father sent me a letter saying that a Wu family elder will be passing through Shenzhen City and asked you to attend to him on his behalf. It shouldn't be too long now." Black Marsh Wu family? Yes, this is an opportunity. But today, teacher warned me not to act rashly. Teacher is right. Dealing with the myriad changes by remaining unchanged is our best choice. But you must remember that as the eldest son of the first wife, what you need to face isn't just a test from father. There are also many people secretly observing you to determine whether or not you want to place a bet. The spirit-casting array was given to Qin Yu to use, but he is only Lei Xiaoyu's friend. In truth, it isn't just us who are dissatisfied with this. If you act now, you can express your attitude and also borrow the momentum of the situation. Even if father learns of this, he won't say anything. This is because with your status, there are some matters in which you have the qualifications to express your opinion. Making your voice heard is a good thing for us. Lei Jinyun's complexion was cloudy and uncertain for a long time. Then, he hugged the woman in his arms and fiercely penetrated her body. "Since this is Lord Father-in-law's order, I will obey. Winning over the support of my wife's family is also something I should do." 5 days later, the spirit-casting array formation gradually fell silent. The surrounding shattered space slowly reformed as it was in the beginning. The last wisp of strange strength was absorbed by his body and soul. Qin Yu opened his eyes and let out a light breath. Shwa, a sharp light flashed. Qin Yu stood up. There was a loud crackling sound from his bones, as if they were connected together. But now, the harvests of his mortal body were secondary. What he truly cared about was the growth of his soul. After carefully sensing it for a long time, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. This was truly worthy of being called the spirit-casting array formation. The effects were better than he expected. According to this speed, he would only need to borrow it 2 more times before his soul's absorption speed would recover. At that time, he would be able to open the 3rd road of the divine realm. Looking at the completely silent array formation, Qin Yu stepped out. If he could, he would choose to cultivate here without hesitation for several months until he refined all the soul treasures. Unfortunately, the spirit casting array formation itself needed to be maintained every time it was used in order to ensure that it operated normally. All of this was recorded in the jade slip. His journey was smooth. As he left the long passage, a cool night breeze blew past him. At this time, the outside world was filled with stars. Qin Yu suddenly stopped. Not too far away, under an octagonal pavilion, there was a soft couch. Lei Xiaoyu was leaning against it, her eyes closed as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. The two maids stood guard at her side. When Qin Yu looked over, they had already sensed it and hesitated. Qin Yu lifted a hand, preventing them from waking up Lei Xiaoyu. He said in a soft voice, "Why is she here?" A maid bowed. "Greetings, Sir Qin. Ever since you entered, the Miss has been guarding here. She has never left." Qin Yu was silent for a moment. Then, he turned and sat down. He looked at the sleeping Lei Xiaoyu. She seemed to be having a good dream, a faint smile hanging on her lip. The two maids glanced at each other and quietly withdrew from the pavilion, giving the two of them some space to be alone. After quietly looking at Lei Xiaoyu's sleeping appearance, Qin Yu closed his eyes. A thought fluctuation crossed through space. A moment later, the little blue lamp's response echoed in his mind. "I know what you want to say, but my response remains the same. Saving her is far too difficult. If you insist on helping me, I will refuse." Qin Yu asked, "Is there no other possibility?" "In fact, there are many ways to save her. But besides me helping her, the simplest is to obtain an original god body. Are you sure you want me to tell you another method?" "There's no need." Qin Yu sighed. He cut off the connection and opened his eyes to look at Lei Xiaoyu, slowly suppressing the great waves in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that his abilities were limited. Unknowingly, a night passed. When sunlight sprinkled down, Lei Xiaoyu opened her eyes. The moment she saw Qin Yu, a smile bloomed on her face. "Big brother Qin." Qin Yu smiled. "I saw that you were sleeping soundly last night, so I didn't wake you up. The soul-forging array formation will need to be maintained these next 2 days. Is there anywhere you want to go?" Lei Xiaoyu nodded. "Yes. But Big Brother Qin, don't you need to rest?" Qin Yu said, "I already rested last night. If you don't have any questions, let's go." The place Lei Xiaoyu wanted to go to was a quiet bamboo forest. It was in the southwest corner of the City Lord Mansion, in a remote courtyard. This courtyard was called the Bamboo Room. It was clean, but it couldn't hide the desolate atmosphere. It was clear no one had lived here for a long time. Qin Yu was a bit puzzled. Why did Lei Xiaoyu want to come here? He swept out with his divine sense. It was an ordinary courtyard with nothing special about it. "All right, this is the place. Big brother Qin, follow me." Lei Xiaoyu held her hands behind her back and smiled. She pushed open the door and walked in. What followed was a stroll through the courtyard. Lei Xiaoyu walked in front, bringing Qin Yu to every place. She opened every door. Even if she didn't go in, she still had to let Qin Yu take a look. The courtyard wasn't too large. Even though they were talking and walking, it took them almost an hour. Qin Yu didn't feel impatient at all. He could feel that Lei Xiaoyu was happy walking through this place, and that was enough for him. The last place was the bamboo forest they saw before. Lei Xiaoyu didn't care that her hands were covered in mud. She personally dug out several fresh bamboo shoots. "All right, Big Brother Qin, let's go. You're in luck today. My stir-fried bamboo shoots are top-notch." Qin Yu smiled. "Then I'll wait and see." After washing his hands and putting away the bamboo shoots, the two of them walked to the entrance. Lei Xiaoyu suddenly stopped. She turned and put her hand to her mouth, loudly saying, "Mother, his name is Qin Yu. He is my friend. I brought him to see you today. I hope you'll be satisfied." After speaking, she didn't look at Qin Yu. She blushed and quickly walked forwards. Qin Yu was silent for a moment. Then, He cupped his hands together and bowed towards the courtyard entrance. Reality proved that Lei Xiaoyu wasn't lying. Her cooking skills were unexpectedly good, especially the crisp and refreshing bamboo shoot. Qin Yu gave her a thumbs up as he ate them. Across from him, Lei Xiaoyu only gently smiled. She helped Qin Yu set out the dishes and poured wine for him. She only occasionally ate 1 or 2 bites. After she finished eating, she didn't allow the maids to help. She personally cleaned up and placed a plate of fruit on the table. She smiled and said, "Big brother Qin, thank you for helping me fulfill a small wish. I didn't tell you before that the bamboo room was where my mother lived because I was afraid you would feel uncomfortable." Qin Yu shook his head. He thought for a moment and asked, "Auntie, she?" Lei Xiaoyu said, "She died when I was 5 years old." She lifted a hand and wiped her eyes. She smiled and said, "Afterwards, the bamboo room was sealed off. It was only after I came of age last year that I had it cleared out. So, the introduction I gave you before was in truth something I heard from others. Many of my childhood memories are already blurry." Qin Yu said, "I'm sorry. That pair of puppets was left behind by Auntie?" Lei Xiaoyu nodded. "That's right. That was the only thing she gave me. But I wasn't careful and lost it. So, I really must thank Big Brother Qin for helping me find it." Qin Yu changed the topic. "Is there anything else you want to do?" Lei Xiaoyu tilted her head. "Yes." Her face blushed red. "Tomorrow, my big brother is holding a banquet to entertain an honored guest from afar. He will invite many people. Big brother Qin, you know how much my father loves me, and I'm also at this age, so every time there's a banquet, there are always many people that run over to annoy me. If possible, I hope you can attend with me." Chapter 9:11. As it turned out, it wasn't easy to be a qualified shield. Seeing Lei Xiaoyu's eyes widen with excitement, Qin Yu felt a moment of regret. Should he reconsider? Before he could think of a reason to decline, he was pulled away by Lei Xiaoyu. Then, Qin Yu began an incomparably complex and torturous journey. There were a few times when he wanted to retreat, but he was defeated by Lei Xiaoyu's stare. In the end, he simply closed his eyes and did not look at her. His clothes were fine. It was an expressionless old woman. She reached out and measured Qin Yu's body a few times. She whispered something to Lei Xiaoyu and then turned to look at Qin Yu. The boots were also custom-made. Qin Yu really couldn't stand this. He glared at the enchanting man who was trying to flatter his feet and measured the size himself. Originally, Qin Yu thought that hairstyle design was the most complicated, but later he found that he was wrong. The real trouble was the bath. Qin Yu could guarantee that in his life, he had never taken such a complicated bath before. From head to toe, it took him over half a day. If it were not for the guilt he felt, he would definitely have flipped out. It was only Lei Xiaoyu. If it were anyone else, he would definitely not entertain them. Qin Yu had never felt a day pass so slowly before. He changed into the newly made boots and robes, and hung up the accessories Lei Xiaoyu had prepared. As he stood in front of the mirror, he finally understood why some female cultivators would rather spend a great deal of time grooming themselves. At the very start, Qin Yu was extremely handsome, but as his cultivation rose, he constantly adjusted himself to perfection. And most importantly, after he achieved the ancient undying body, every move he made emitted an endless masculine charm. In addition, within his soul space, the existence of the sun and moon force field gave him the qualifications to transcend worldly matters. Even though this aura was hidden, it still caused his temperament to undergo a massive change. Originally, this aura was not very obvious, but after Lei Xiaoyu's torment, this aura was clearly magnified. Most importantly, it was confidence. Even if he was in Rock City, even if he had to face Lei Qianjun head-on, Qin Yu was confident that he could escape unscathed. It was precisely because of this that his back was straight like a pine tree, and his gaze was steady and firm, causing his handsomeness to rise once more. All in all, he was so handsome. With a little more makeup, The young man in the mirror was simply too handsome. Qin Yu subconsciously rubbed his chin. The eyes of the several maids beside him began to blur as their hearts flashed. Lei Xiaoyu gently bit her lips and mumbled, "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have made you look so pretty. Who knows who would attract more attention at the banquet?" However, after some hesitation, she gave up on the idea of making Qin Yu uglier. She thought to herself, "I'm Lei Xiaoyu. Would anyone dare to snatch a man from me in my house?" Lei Jinyun's banquet was held as scheduled. The status of the eldest son of the first wife was high enough to use the resources of the city lord's mansion. Whether it was the venue or the scale, it was first class. All the invited guests had dressed up early to express their respect to the eldest son of the first wife. Of course, there were many people amongst them that didn't only have this single thought. For example, the few young geniuses that were gathered within the hall and were chatting happily. It was not flattery. The few young people who were qualified to be invited to the banquet today were true dragons and phoenixes among men. Regardless of birth, background, aptitude, or character, they were all outstanding. Now that he was talking and laughing freely, it was truly eye-catching. Lei Jinyun arrived with his wife Gu Wan. As he swept his eyes over the group of young people, his eyes brightened. He lowered his head and gave them a look of praise. He suddenly understood the ingenuity of today's banquet. Even if he didn't do anything, as long as Lei Xiaoyu and Qin Yu appeared, they would be able to spark a conflict. As long as they stirred up a storm, then as the host of the banquet, he would have a chance to guide things in the direction he hoped for. He raised his cup and drank with the several young geniuses. Lei Jinyun was all smiles. Both sides spoke happily, attracting the attention of countless people. Gu Wan stood beside her husband, a warm and graceful smile on her face. Lei Jinyun was the strongest competitor for the throne in the future, and these young people in front of her each represented a force behind them. When both sides stood together, even if they didn't actually communicate, this in itself was a kind of signal. And this signal would certainly be released through today's banquet. After it was magnified, it would be known by all those who were interested. Then, this would imperceptibly increase Lei Jinyun's status and weight. This was also a general trend that could be borrowed. Of course, this was only the beginning. Today's true climax had yet to arrive. She would help Lei Jinyun officially establish his position. But what happened next proved that the climax of today's banquet would arrive much earlier than the hostess had expected. When Lei Xiaoyu and Qin Yu appeared at the entrance to the grand hall, all eyes that fell on them froze for a moment. Qin Yu's heaven-shatteringly handsome appearance had already been mentioned before. It was inevitable that the eyes of all the female cultivators in the grand hall brightened. But what was even more attractive was Lei Xiaoyu. She was beautiful to begin with, and now that she had put in a great deal of effort, she was as dazzling as a pearl. In particular, she wore a long dress that was mainly red. It was exquisitely cut and decorated, accentuating her incomparably noble temperament. There was even a faint hint of happiness in her. That's right, happiness. Her gaze then fell onto Qin Yu. He was wearing a black robe decorated with silver cloud patterns, and his aura was unexpectedly compatible with Lei Xiaoyu's. Even though there was some distance between the two of them, anyone who wasn't blind would know that they were a pair. The young geniuses gathered together, speaking calmly and naturally. All of them frowned. Why did they dress up so meticulously and attend today's banquet in such a pristine state? Although they didn't say it explicitly, everyone was clear in their hearts. The little princess of the city lord's residence was Lei Qianjuan's most beloved daughter. Even if she couldn't inherit the throne in the future, she would still be a supreme noble. If they could marry such a woman, not only would their family's wealth be guaranteed, but they would also be able to rise several levels. But now, before they could even make a move, the scene in front of them had appeared. What was the meaning of this? Was this a show in front of them, or was it a demonstration? Many people looked at Qin Yu with cold and unkind eyes. They didn't believe that this was Lei Xiaoyu's idea. They believed that Qin Yu had done it on purpose, and was warning them not to have such thoughts. Humph. Interesting, truly interesting. Not long ago, Lei Qianjun had given Qin Yu the same label. But in the eyes of these young geniuses, this interesting had a different meaning. But sneering in their hearts was just sneering. Lei Xiaoyu and Qin Yu's appearance was too imposing. For a time, no one had the courage to step forward. Just like that, the atmosphere in the grand hall turned from warm to heavy. Lei Jinyun frowned. As the host of today's banquet, it would be a joke if Lei Xiaoyu stole the show in her own home. Restraining his emotions, he smiled and walked forward. Little sister, is this the friend you brought back to the residence? He is indeed a talented man. A talented man was indeed a compliment, but in this situation, it had a different meaning when it fell into the ears of the crowd. For example, relying on one's face to make a living. To be more direct, a pretty boy. Many eyes swept over Lei Jinyun's affectionate smile. They secretly thought that today's banquet wasn't simple at all. The young geniuses who had slightly unnatural expressions immediately became calm and gentle. They looked over with smiles, their gazes condescending. The atmosphere in the grand hall changed again. Gu Wan let go of Lei Jinyun's arm and welcomed her with a smile. Little sister, you're finally here. Sister-in-law has a few close friends who want to get to know you. Come with me. As she spoke, she nodded towards Qin Yu. Sir Qin, today's banquet has gathered elites from all over the world. There is no harm in making a few more friends. Perhaps it will be helpful in the future. In this sort of situation, after Gu Wan expressed her stance, Lei Xiaoyu couldn't refuse. Even if she was dissatisfied with her brother and sister-in-law's actions, she couldn't leave behind the impression that the Lei family was in discord. Glancing at Qin Yu, she smiled and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble sister-in-law. Qin Yu was left speechless. As a shield, he hadn't even done anything yet, and it seemed he was about to lose his job. However, he soon discovered that even though he had left Lei Xiaoyu's side, he seemed to be starting to play a role. 1, 2, 3 from all directions, there were hidden gazes looking at him. There were many curious ones and several female cultivators who were sizing him up with anger. However, the ones with the most power were obviously the few young men who had gathered together. They were all good-looking and well-mannered. Were these the people that Lei Xiaoyu had been talking about, the ones that always annoyed her at banquets? They seemed quite good. No one imagined that at this time, Qin Yu was actually in the mood to criticize others. If he wanted to deal with someone, he didn't need to directly target them. Sometimes, ignoring them was the most powerful slap to the face. This was especially true in such a lively banquet venue. Thus, when Lei Xiaoyu was brought along by Gu Wan and caught up in the flattery of a group of women, the gazes that glanced at Qin Yu began to withdraw and resume their previous conversations. Even in the grand hall, there were several young ladies that were usually bold and unconstrained. Although they were very interested in Qin Yu and didn't mind learning more about him, they still wisely chose to maintain their silence. Of those that had the qualifications to stand here, there was no one without brains. They all had the ability to control themselves. Thus, Qin Yu became a transparent person. As he stood in the lively and luxurious banquet hall, he seemed completely out of tune with everything around him. In truth, Qin Yu really didn't care about any of this. Because of his disguise, he had already wasted an entire day. Now, he was happy to have some peace and quiet so that he could think about some problems related to cultivation. So, he took a cup of wine and found a seat in a corner of the hall. Like this, he sat down in silence. After thinking for a while, he would frown if there was anything that didn't go through his mind. Then, he would raise his cup and take a sip. Qin Yu's mind didn't scatter. But, as this scene fell into the eyes of those around him, there was a different meaning to it. Many people looked at each other, a thoughtful look in their eyes. But, some people had already reacted. Although they were giving Qin Yu the cold shoulder, this boy wasn't much to begin with. But, he had been brought here by Lei Xiaoyu. To give him the cold shoulder was the same as sweeping away Lei Xiaoyu's face. Although everyone believed that Lei Jinyun had the highest chance of inheriting the throne, nothing was absolute. It was better to be cautious. Why would they offend Lei Xiaoyu over some minor matter? But before they could act, Lei Xiaoyu coldly interrupted a woman in front of her. Sorry, excuse me. Ignoring Gu Wan's frozen expression, she turned and returned to Qin Yu's side, an apologetic look in her eyes. She said in a low voice, Big brother Qin, this banquet is very boring. Let's go first. Qin Yu looked up at her. Xiaoyu, what did you say? Lei Xiaoyu discovered that Qin Yu really hadn't heard her clearly. A strange expression crossed her face. Big brother Qin, what are you doing? Qin Yu stood up. I'm thinking about some problems related to cultivation. To tell the truth, I'm not used to today's occasion. Well, it's just a waste of time. After enduring for a while, he still said what was on his mind. Lei Xiaoyu didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Everyone at the banquet was staring at her. She couldn't stand it any longer. But the result was that Qin Yu was thinking about cultivation alone. From start to finish, it seemed that he hadn't been paying attention at all. Although the situation wasn't right, she still couldn't help but smile. She thought that this was truly her big brother Qin. If these people knew, wouldn't they vomit blood from depression? What is it? No, hearing Qin Yu's words, she really wanted to laugh. Lei Xiaoyu struggled to hold it in. She said, I think it's very boring. How about we leave first? Qin Yu didn't have any objections. Let's go. The two of them turned and walked away. Lei Jinyun was in a difficult situation. Anyone who saw Lei Xiaoyu's actions would know that she was expressing her dissatisfaction. She wasn't giving her big brother any face at all. If he let these two leave like this, then losing face was inevitable. All of his preparations today would have been meaningless. Xiaoyu. Chapter 9-12. Lei Jinyun took a deep breath, speaking slowly. Today's banquet is to invite the new elder of the Wu family, Wu Daoyuan. The host and guest haven't arrived yet. If you leave like this, it will be impolite. Lei Xiaoyu said, My health hasn't been good since I was a child. My father allowed me to attend fewer banquets like this. I think Elder Wu will understand if I leave early. Xiaoyu. Lei Jinyun frowned. Before he could say more, laughter came from outside the hall. I'm passing by Ping City today. I'm sorry to disturb young master and madam. Before his voice faded away, a cultivator dressed like a Taoist walked in. He looked like he was in his 30s with a long beard. This man had a smile in his eyes and a warm demeanor. He looked like an immortal. Lei Jinyun stepped forward, clasping his hands to greet him. Elder Wu, it's been 13 years since we last met. Congratulations on breaking through the bottleneck and opening the God Realm's great path. According to common customs, only the cultivators who had condensed more than 5 divine seals could be called the Great Path, which meant that their future was limitless. In today's occasion, Lei Jinyun wouldn't casually speak. If he said so, then Wu Daoyuan in front of him must be in existence with more than 5 divine seals. Everyone in the banquet was in awe. In the world of cultivators, only the unchanging power represented the supreme position. 5 or more divine seals were enough to prove Wu Daoyuan's intimidation. Such a character must have endured for many years, waiting for his accumulation to be strong enough to break through to the God Realm. After such an existence entered the God Realm, his cultivation base would increase fast. After 100 years, he would become a famous expert. Besides that, the most important thing was that Wu Daoyuan had the qualification to break through to the original God Realm. The original God Realm represented the supreme existence in this world. It was qualified to stand above the 9 skies and observe billions of creatures in this world. Greetings, Elder Wu. Everybody bowed to greet him, their faces respectful. Wu Daoyuan laughed and waved his hand. No need. Please rise. His eyes fell on Lei Xiaoyu, his smile brighter. As young master said, I came to the City Master Palace 13 years ago. I saw you at that time. I didn't expect that you would become a young lady in just a blink of an eye. Time doesn't wait for people. Lei Xiaoyu bowed. Xiaoyu greets Elder Wu. Wu Daoyuan smiled and lifted his palm. Light flashed and a lotus flower appeared. This lotus flower is quite interesting. I obtained it by accident. Today, I will give it to you as a gift for your coming of age. Since that was the case, there was no way she could refuse. Lei Xiaoyu expressed her gratitude and received the lotus with both hands. The moment it touched her palm, it disappeared without a trace. Then, a faint lotus mark appeared on the back of her hand. After sensing for a moment, Lei Xiaoyu's expression turned solemn. She bowed once more. Thank you, Elder Wu. Many people were envious. Since Lei Xiaoyu was like this, it was obvious that this lotus was no ordinary item. However, they were just envious for a while. They didn't think that they had the face to get a greeting gift from Wu Daoyuan. When the main guests arrived, the banquet officially began. Although it was a buffet banquet, a few of the main dishes had just been served. All kinds of rare delicacies were placed on the soft, snow-white tablecloth. The air was filled with a tantalizing aroma. Having just received a very valuable gift, Lei Xiaoyu couldn't leave. She turned and gave Qin Yu an apologetic look. He had come to accompany her to begin with, so Qin Yu didn't mind staying a bit longer. In addition, there were also the delicacies that had just been served. They tasted wonderful, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to try them. Are you hungry? Lei Xiaoyu was stunned as she heard Qin Yu speak. In this sort of setting, everyone was mostly chatting. There weren't many people who would actually eat. But at this time, when Qin Yu said this, he gave off a righteous feeling. I'm eating the sea dragon over there. This is the most precious thing. Today is a grand banquet for outsiders. Normally, I might not be able to eat it every day. Lei Xiaoyu pulled Qin Yu towards the table. Then, many people in the hall couldn't help but glance over at the man and woman eating and drinking to their heart's content. If it was just Qin Yu, then that was fine. After all, he was just an ordinary boy without any background. It was normal for him to not be able to stop eating when he saw something good. But with Lei Xiaoyu's status, what hadn't she eaten before? Was there a need to be like this? Really, just looking at these two, even if he wasn't hungry, he would still be drooling. Lei Jinyun and Gu Wan represented the city lord mansion and conversed with Wu Daoyuan, both sides happily chatting. At this time, the young elites that had been silent for a long time glanced at each other. One of them stepped forwards and bowed. Junior Kong Chi of Rock City greets Elder Wu. Wu Daoyuan smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Kong Chi was filled with confidence. He continued to say, Juniors have long heard that the Black Marsh Wu family has a supernatural secret skill called Miracle Hands Emptiness. It is a top-class technique in the world. I wonder if Senior can demonstrate it so that we juniors can broaden their horizons? The hall immediately fell silent. Many people's eyes brightened and they revealed looks of anticipation. Wu Daoyuan waved his hand. It's just a minor technique that can't be shown in public. It isn't worthy of such praise. Several more young elites stepped forwards and bowed together. I ask Elder Wu to give us a chance. Wu Daoyuan hesitated. Gu Wan smiled. Uncle Wu, since everyone is so cordially inviting you, how about you demonstrate a little? She blinked. I know the rules of Miracle Hands Emptiness. If you fail, you must show some sincerity. Wu Daoyuan shook his head and smiled. Forget it. Since everyone is curious, I will show you my incompetence. He thought for a moment. With a flip of his hand, he took out another lotus flower, one identical to the one he gave Lei Xiaoyu. I happened to obtain a strange treasure not long ago. 2 lotus flowers can be used as supplementary items. They aren't bad toys, so I'll use them to liven things up. At this point, Wu Daoyuan glanced at Lei Xiaoyu and said with a smile, There's one thing that I would like to remind everyone out of friendship. The 2 lotuses in my hands can be fused, and the effect will be even better. With his eyesight, He only needed a few glances to roughly guess the situation in the hall. These words clearly had a hidden meaning. Many people's eyes brightened. When Wu Daoyuan took out the lotus flower, they already thought that if they could obtain it, they would have the same mark as Lei Xiaoyu. But now only an idiot would use it themselves. If they were lucky enough to win, they would immediately give it to Lei Xiaoyu and take the chance to express their sincerity. At the very least, they would be able to leave a good impression that could be used in the future. Wu Daoyuan walked to the center of the hall. The crowd automatically spread out and formed a circle. He smiled. Who wants to be the first? I was the one who suggested this first, so of course I won't give way. Kong Qi cupped his hands and stepped into the field. Wu Daoyuan said, Little friend, do you know the rules? Kong Qi said respectfully, Everyone in the world knows about miraculous hand emptiness. I've heard the elders in my family mention it. Elder Wu, you may begin. Wu Daoyuan nodded. With a flick of his sleeve, he took out an incense burner with a hair-thin stick of sandalwood burning at a visible speed. To ensure fairness, I will set a limit. Whoever can last until the sandalwood burns out will be the winner. As he finished speaking, he lifted his hand and a strange scene appeared. There was no trace of aura, but the area below his forearm suddenly disappeared as if he had entered an invisible passage. On the other side, Kong Qi growled as if he was facing a great enemy. His aura erupted, causing the air to explode. Fortunately, he had compressed all his energy into a circle around him. Otherwise, the banquet would be ruined. Good. After not seeing you for some time, Brother Kang's cultivation has improved yet again. It looks like fellow Taoist Kang's road to the divinity realm will soon be opened. Humph humph, I think Kong Qi has already opened his road to the divinity realm. He's just suppressing it so he can't make a breakthrough. This boy has truly hidden himself deeply. I fear he has already made up his mind to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat today. With loud shouts, everyone's eyes focused on Kong Qi. Soon, before the sandalwood had burned down more than half, Wu Daoyuan drew back his hand. A jade pendant appeared between his fingers. Little friend Kong, thank you for letting me win. Kong Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he didn't speak, everyone already knew the result. Bang! There were loud shouts in the hall. Although they had heard of the Wu family's miraculous hand emptiness, it was only today that they realized he was even more mysterious and unfathomable than the rumors made him out to be. They could clearly see that from start to finish, Kong Qi hadn't sensed anything strange at all, if he hadn't taken something, but had instead attacked someone. Thinking of this, many people felt a chill crawl down their back. Qin Yu paused eating. He raised an eyebrow. This is miracle hand kleptomaniac? Lei Xiaoyu lowered her voice. The Wu family of the Black Swamp. Their ancestors were famous bandit. They used to run away from an original God Realm warrior. Later, in order to pass on the family's legacy, the Wu family's ancestor made a solemn vow that he would never take the initiative to attack any forces in the world. The family's disciples relied on a divine skill called the miraculous empty hands to search for secret realms and ruins in the world. It could be said that their wealth was comparable to that of a country. Back then, it was precisely because my father wanted to decipher an ancient domain that he befriended the Wu clan of the Black Marsh. In any case, they have a wide circle of acquaintances, and no one would dare to offend them. Lei Xiaoyu swallowed her following words. But Qin Yu knew just what sort of influence's head had been kicked by a donkey to provoke this Wu family, whose ancestors were all great thieves. As the saying goes, one should not be afraid of a thief stealing from them, but one should be afraid of a thief remembering them. If the Wu clan of the Black Marsh were to really remember them, not many people would be able to sleep well at night. Kong Qi smiled bitterly and bowed. Thank you for showing mercy, Elder Wu. As he spoke, he retreated into the crowd. Wu Daoyuan smiled. I cannot make an exception to the rules of my family. As he spoke, he put away the jade pendant. Kong Qi's defeat was within everyone's expectations. If he couldn't even deal with a junior that hadn't even reached the divinity realm, then how could miraculous empty hands have his current reputation? What truly startled them was that Wu Daoyuan had attacked too quickly. It had only been several breaths of time, and Kong Qi hadn't even sensed it. Although they weren't too happy that Kong Qi occupied the first position, they still recognized his strength. If he was so weak, would they be able to perform any better if they went up? Allow me. A youth stepped onto the stage and cupped his hands together. I am Rock City's Miaoqiu. Greetings, Elder Wu. Many people were startled. They looked at the stage with rapt attention. It was clear that this Miaoqiu had some fame. But unfortunately, facing Wu Daoyuan's miraculous empty hands, he was only able to last 2 breaths of time longer than Kong Qi. Elder Wu's divine skill truly leaves this junior in awe. Miaoqiu cupped his hands together and bowed. He turned and walked back into the crowd. He had also lost, but compared to Kong Qi, it was clear who was superior. Following that, 3 more Rock City cultivators appeared. Without exception, all of them were defeated. Miraculous empty hands took away an item from them. Miss Lei, my name is Meng Pingyue and I come from Qiliang City's Meng family. Although I don't have the slightest confidence in winning today, I am willing to give it a try for you. If I am lucky enough to win, I hope you will accept the lotus. As he finished speaking, he faintly smiled. Without giving Lei Xiaoyu a chance to speak, he strode onto the stage. Elder Wu, please enlighten me. Meng Pingyue lifted a hand and pointed between his eyebrows. The phantom of a mountain appeared around him. Although it was blurry, it couldn't hide its heavy and solid appearance. Mountain will manifestation. Illusory fusion. With loud shouts, everyone's complexions changed. Wu Daoyuan nodded. Little friend, your strength isn't bad. Be careful. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Half of his arm disappeared. Time slowly passed. Everyone could clearly see the phantom of the mountain around Meng Pingyue. It was like the surface of a lake that was being blown about by a cool breeze, causing ripples to appear. Half of the sandalwood incense had burned more than half. Almost gone, Meng Pingyue's eyes lit up with joy. But at this time, Wu Daoyuan faintly smiled. With a light sound, the phantom of the mountain dissipated. A yellow stone lay quietly between Wu Daoyuan's fingers. Elder Wu's methods have left this junior in awe. Meng Pingyue bowed. He turned and wryly smiled. Miss Lei, I have disappointed you. I am truly sorry. But as you have seen today, I am willing to do anything for you. Even if I cannot do it, I am willing to give it my all. This boy's ability to say sweet nothings was much stronger than his cultivation. Wu Daoyuan faintly smiled. He decided to end things here today. But at this time, his eyebrows furrowed together. Lei Jinyun's heart tightened. Although Gu Wan spoke with confidence, whether or not she succeeded today would depend on this step. After several breaths of time, Gu Wan let out a long breath. She said in a soft voice, he agreed. Lei Jinyun relaxed and a happy expression appeared on her face. As long as Wu Daoyuan made his move, there was no reason for him to fail. At that time, he could use all of the cards he had prepared. Today, he would use this matter to speak out and let everyone know just who the true successor of the Lei family was. Wu Daoyuan suddenly said, Young man, Miss Lei is like a bright moon in the skies. She will always attract people to chase after her. Do you not plan on doing anything? Shuar's countless eyes gathered on Qin Yu. He arched an eyebrow, as if he never thought that something would happen to him today. He thought for a moment and said, Xiaoyu, what about that lotus flower? Lei Xiaoyu bit her lips. It has the effect of retaining one's youth. But I don't know why, but after it fused into me, I felt very comfortable. Chapter 9:13. The banquet hall fell silent. The two of them didn't conceal their conversation so everyone could hear it clearly. Then I'll help you get it, this Qin Yu, what big words. Just who did he think he was, and what sort of existence would he be facing? And most importantly, with such a casual attitude, Didn't that mean that everyone who tried before was trash? How could this be tolerated? Meng Pingyue's eyebrows rose up. He clapped his hands, his face full of praise. You are truly worthy of being someone that Miss Lei favors. Fellow Taoist Qin is truly bold. We will open our eyes wide and watch as fellow Taoist wins. Kong Qi bit his cheeks. Brother Meng's words seemed to lack confidence in fellow Taoist Qin. I do not doubt Miss Lei's judgment. How could someone she favors possibly fail? Haha, since that's the case, we only need to quietly wait and watch as fellow Taoist Qin takes the lotus flower and presents it to Miss Lei. The higher they praised, the harder they would fall. These geniuses were truly smart people. While praising Qin Yu, they didn't forget to mention Lei Xiaoyu. If they ended up making a fool of themselves, she would lose face and her heart would grow distant. Lei Xiaoyu revealed a look of annoyance. She regretted her words just now, but in the current situation she couldn't say anything. Qin Yu smiled. He swept his eyes over the geniuses across from him, all of them hiding a cold intent in their eyes. He lightly said, Then open your eyes wide and watch. Whoosh, wasn't this a public slap in the face? Even someone as shrewd as Meng Pingyue's complexion changed. No matter how talented they were still youths. Their backgrounds, their talent, and their current achievements made them incomparably proud and arrogant. When had they ever been ridiculed in front of their faces? But at this time, no one said anything. In front of the truth, any words were useless. If this Qin Yu could really obtain the lotus flower, then there was nothing to say about his inferior skills. But, if it was just his mouth, did he really think that the words disaster comes from the mouth were only used to scare people? As for whether or not Qin Yu would win, what he faced now was a Black Marsh Wu family elder who had already broken into the divine realm. He was an absolute powerhouse that had condensed at least 5 divine seals. If he used his divine hand's emptiness, perhaps no one in the divine realm would be able to stop him. Although most of them knew that Qin Yu had forced the treasure guard to lower his head and hand over the puppet, none of them believed that he could create another miracle today. After all, the guardian of the treasure might seem mysterious to ordinary people, but it was nothing in their eyes. How could it be compared to the Black Marsh Wu family elder? Wu Dayuan's eyes fell on Qin Yu, a hint of appreciation in them. Disregarding everything else, just this calm and confident demeanor was rare amongst the younger generation. This brat's temperament was somewhat to his liking. How could a person who had painstakingly suppressed his cultivation, accumulated his foundation, and condensed the glory of 5 divine seals be as gentle and polite as he appeared? Wu Dayuan's chest was filled with pride, but he disdained to show it in front of a group of juniors. What a pity! I hope that today's matter won't deal too much of a blow to him. Inwardly shaking his head, Wu Dayuan's eyes flashed with a bit more helplessness and sympathy before he composed himself. Little friend Qin Yu, I am going to attack. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Elder Wu, please. He lit a new stick of sandalwood and thrust his hand forwards. Without any fluctuations in the air, half of Wu Dayuan's arm vanished from sight. The grand hall was silent. As time passed, many sneers and mocking gazes began to reveal surprise and doubt. To be able to last until now, Qin Yu's strength had surpassed their expectations. Half of the sandalwood had burned more than half, and it seemed that it would soon reach the end. Meng Pingyue sneered inwardly. He had also reached this step before, but the more he did so, the more he could feel the disparity between them. As long as Wu Daoyuan was just a little bit serious, he could easily break through his defenses. Wu Daoyuan revealed a look of praise. Little friend Qin Yu's defensive path is incomparably mysterious. It can completely block out all internal and external energy, leaving me with nowhere to attack. If you and I were at the same boundary, I fear I would have to expend a great deal of effort. But now that I am at the deity realm, I can be considered the strong bullying the weak. He deliberately said these words for everyone to hear. Even if Qin Yu was defeated, he would still lose with dignity. This was because Wu Daoyuan had admitted that he had the advantage in cultivation and was bullying the weak. Lei Xiaoyu relaxed. With these words as the foundation, even if Qin Yu lost, his performance would still be the best out of everyone present. Even if some people were dissatisfied and wanted to jump out to cause trouble, they wouldn't be able to do so in a righteous manner. It would be much easier to deal with the situation. That's right, even Lei Xiaoyu thought the same as everyone else at the banquet. She simply didn't think Qin Yu could win, because the disparity between the two sides was far too great. One was a newly promoted elder of the Wu family who had formed 5 divine seals, and the other was an unknown junior that hadn't yet stepped into the deity realm. There was simply no way to compare them. But the truth was that Qin Yu's defense was relaxed, truly relaxed. The sun and moon force fields spread out slightly, covering his entire body. It seemed like a thin layer of defense that wasn't too formidable, but only by smashing into it would one know just how hard it was. In truth, Qin Yu didn't know either. But thinking about it, it would be easy for Wu Daoyuan to be beaten black and blue. However, Wu Daoyuan had said those words just now. Qin Yu thought about it and decided to let him go. Moreover, he was just a little cultivator that hadn't even broken into the deity realm. If he were to throw Wu Daoyuan to the ground in front of everyone, that would inevitably arouse attention. Although he wasn't afraid of it, it was best to avoid trouble. In the eyes of others, this incomparably mysterious and untraceable miraculous hand had no way to hide from Qin Yu's senses. He could clearly feel that the strength of his breakthrough had increased by several times. With a thought, a gap appeared in the sun and moon force field around him, just enough for this miraculous hand to pass through. Across from him, Wu Daoyuan smiled. Just as he was about to take back his hand, his complexion suddenly changed. His casual gaze turned dignified as he swept his eyes over Qin Yu's face. He had failed. No, it wasn't a simple failure. Rather, after breaking through the defense, he had instantly lost his senses. Let alone encountering such a situation, even the entire Wu family had never heard of such a thing. Just what sort of method was this? As Wu Daoyuan was secretly startled, Qin Yu also couldn't help but be surprised. When he cut off Wu Daoyuan's miraculous hand, he knew that it contained the strength of Wu Daoyuan's divine sense. Now that it had been swallowed up, the taste was no better than being cut by a knife. Yet, he didn't have any reaction at all. Just what sort of reasoning was this? The two of them silently looked at each other. But the audience was left panicking. The sandalwood incense was about to burn out, so why hadn't they done anything? If they continued to stare at each other in silence, it would be too late. Just as they were scratching at their hearts, Wu Daoyuan let out a deep breath and drew back his hand. His palm was empty. Little friend Qin Yu's methods are amazing. I admit defeat, so this lotus flower is yours. As he spoke, he took out the lotus flower and flicked his sleeves, delivering it to Qin Yu. The entire banquet hall was suddenly paused. Everyone maintained their previous actions and expressions, as if they had been frozen in the air. With a light cracking sound, a crack appeared in the wine cup in Lei Jinyun's hand. His fingers turned white and the wine in the cup silently trembled, spilling out through the crack and soaking his sleeve. Gu Wan felt her hand hurt from being held. But she didn't say anything. She only stared at Wu Daoyuan's face, trying to discover his true inner feelings through the subtle changes in his expression. Wu Daoyuan would lose? She absolutely didn't believe this. Was he doing this on purpose because he was dissatisfied? No, that wasn't right. The Black Marsh Wu family's face wouldn't be disregarded because of this. After all, he was a dignified elder of the Wu family. If he lost to a junior that hadn't even reached the divinity realm, that would be a joke. Gu Wan's thoughts raced. She couldn't figure out where the problem was. But there was one thing that was clear. If Wu Daoyuan admitted defeat, Qin Yu would win. Then all of their preparations would be meaningless. Not just that, but the two of them would become the laughingstock of others. No one here was an idiot. Since the banquet had progressed to this point and Wu Daoyuan had taken the initiative to provoke Qin Yu, it was clear that things weren't simple. If the chicken and eggs were broken in the end, it would increase Qin Yu's reputation and ultimately help Lei Xiaoyu. With this level and ability, he still wanted to inherit the throne? Hurry up and wash up. Thinking of this, Gu Wan looked at Wu Daoyuan with a pleading look in her eyes. She had to know just what was going on. Otherwise, even if Lei Jinyun didn't say anything in the future, she would still lose her current status. Wu Daoyuan sensed something. He glanced at her from the corner of his eyes, and then at the audience in the hall. He said in a low voice, "As an elder of the Wu family, I will do my best to protect the Wu family's reputation. Do you all think that I would lie? Little friend Qin Yu has hidden his strength, and I wholeheartedly accept my loss. Everyone, there is no need to continue guessing." Whoosh, this was the final conclusion. Meng Pingyue's eyes widened. Calm? Steady? All of that had been thrown to the dogs. There was only one thought left in his mind: how was this possible? And it wasn't just him. Nearly everyone present had the same thought. But because everyone was present, this matter couldn't be any more real. After all, one person might be hallucinating, but it was impossible for everyone to be hallucinating, right? Qin Yu had won? He had just stood there and hadn't done anything at all? What the hell? Although I believe it, I still think it's too fantastical. Only Qin Yu was as calm as ever. This was because he knew from the start that he would win. He turned and walked over to Lei Xiaoyu's side. He passed the lotus flower to her. Then, he turned and asked, "Did you all see clearly?" Schwa. With these words, the faces of all the young talents flushed red. But no matter how angry or aggrieved they were, the truth was right in front of them. In the world of cultivators, strength had always reigned supreme. Qin Yu being stronger than them wasn't something they could argue about. So no matter how angry they were, they could only endure it. Otherwise, it would only make the slap in the face even more resounding. Qin Yu smiled. He lowered his voice and winked at the dazed Lei Xiaoyu. "I have always been a man of my word. Since I agreed to be your shield, I will definitely fulfill my duties. Are you satisfied with the results?" At this time, the little blue lamp's thoughts fluctuated. It said in his mind, "Wait a moment." Qin Yu calmly asked, "What is it?" The little blue lamp didn't reply. It paused for several breaths of time and said, "That's right. What you have in your hand is indeed the blue cloud lotus. What a pity. If it could grow for several thousand more years, it should be possible to save her. But right now, it can only allow this girl to live for several more years." Qin Yu tightened his grip on the lotus flower. "This lotus flower?" The little blue lamp said. "No, the true treasure is on Wu Deyuan's body. When you swallowed his supernatural power just now, his divine sense was tainted with the aura of the blue cloud lotus. Only then did I sense it." "What treasure is that?" "The blue cloud lotus's lotus root. This object grows in the world's filthiest lands, but it can turn yin to yang without being tainted. When it fully matures, it can reshape the mortal body. It can be considered a good treasure." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. His mind returned to the outside world. "Xiaoyu, don't be in a daze. Take the lotus flower." He had already reacted. No wonder Lei Xiaoyu had said that after the blue cloud lotus fused into her body, she felt very comfortable. It was likely that this lotus flower had been tainted with the aura of the lotus root. Although he couldn't completely save her, it would still be good if she could live for several more years. What if there was another method in the future? After listening to the little blue lamp, Qin Yu made his decision. He had to obtain the blue cloud lotus root. But how could he do it? His thoughts raced. He swept his eyes over Wu Daoyuan, who was still staring at him. Qin Yu twirled his fingers and a thought formed in his mind. Lei Jinyun broke the silence. He loudly said, "Elder Wu is too serious. We were only surprised, but we didn't dare to doubt you in the slightest." He looked over, a bright smile on his face. In the end, it is my little sister's judgment that is good. It's no wonder that father has a whole new level of respect for you and agreed to let Chin Yu borrow the soul forging array formation.